Good morning. All right, Madam Forelady, members of the jury, welcome back. You have heard all of the evidence. It's now time for closing arguments by the state.
May I please the court?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Pennick, Ms. Good, Ms. Pillinger, Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen. "21-year-old Samantha Josephson did not deserve this. She was a daughter, a sister, a friend, a girlfriend, and a future law student. She was someone who had her whole life in front of her. All of it there for the taking. She didn't deserve this. Despite being all of those things, she was literally taken and cut down before the prime of her life. Stab wounds from her face to her feet, ear, head, neck, shoulder, arm, back, leg, feet. She was dragged into the woods and left alone, covered in her own blood, to rot. Piece of trash. She didn't deserve this. Ms. Good told you in her opening statement that the number 0 was going to be important in this case, and I couldn't agree more. There is no one else responsible for Samantha Josephson's kidnapping and murder. There are 0 legitimate suspects other than Nathaniel Rowland implicated by the credible evidence in this case. There are no other reasonable interpretations of that evidence. 0. What has been presented to you over the last week are hundreds of pieces of evidence. Piece after piece after piece after piece of evidence. And your job is now. Your job is to take all of these pieces, all of these facts, use your common sense, and see the clear picture of what happened March 29, 2019. And that picture will show you that Nathaniel Rowland must be held responsible for his actions. And they were his actions, mind you, his choices. Don't get distracted from the facts of this case. Nathaniel Rowland kidnapped Samantha Josephson. Nathaniel Rowland brutally murdered Samantha Josephson. And Nathaniel Rowland literally left her to rot. It was cold, malicious, and intentional. And he must be held responsible for those actions. Ladies and gentlemen, this case is not about old Bud Light cans or cigarette butts. It's not about the reasons why Maria Howard decided that she had to drive his car. It is not about phone calls that the defendant may have made from one phone to another 2 weeks before all this went on. And it is certainly not about unrelated, unidentified individuals. This case is about holding Mr. Rowland responsible for the cold-blooded, malicious, and intentional acts that he committed when he murdered and kidnapped Samantha Josephson March the 29th, 2019. Now, I want to take just a moment and talk to you about the law in this case. When I'm done and the defense is done, Judge Newman is going to tell you what the law in this state is. He's going to tell you to apply that to the facts in this case. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a preview of that. If I say something different from what the judge tells you, you take his word as he gives it to you. Mr. Rowland is charged with murder. It is perhaps the shortest definition of any crime we have in our state. It is quite simply the unlawful killing of another with malice aforethought. The unlawful killing of another with malice aforethought. We know she's dead, and we know she didn't kill herself. So we got the killing of another. The question is, what is malice? What does that mean? Malice is hatred. Malice is ill will. It's defined as a heart devoid of social duty, somebody who is fatally bent on mischief, also described as being wicked or a depraved heart. The evidence of malice in this case is overwhelming. Over 100 stab wounds. Virtually every drop of blood spilled from her body and left in the woods to rot. It doesn't get more malicious than that. The second charge, kidnapping. The person knowingly seized, confined, kidnapped, abducted, or carried away someone. Now, regardless of the fact that the video shows that Samantha Josephson freely got into that car, that's clear. The moment that she couldn't get out of that car, she was being kidnapped. And that's what the law says. She was confined. She was unable to get out of the car. And how do we know that? Child locks were on. And in this car, in this Impala, the defendant's Impala, when you hit that button for the child lock to come on, it locks the rear doors and windows. There was no way out. And how do we know that she tried to get out? Well, she told you. She put that footprint on the window. She tried to kick her way out because he wouldn't let her out. She was fighting to get out of there as he drove her off to New Zion. The third charge, possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. Quite simply, if somebody uses or displays a weapon such as a knife during the commission of a violent crime like kidnapping or murder, then they're guilty. And I submit to you that if you believe that Nathaniel Rowland used a knife when he killed and or kidnapped Samantha Josephson, he's guilty of that charge too. You've heard a little bit about reasonable doubt, and you're going to hear more about that from the judge. So I'm going to talk to you for a minute about what reasonable doubt means. The state of South Carolina has the burden of proof in every criminal case, and it is our job to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. Now that doesn't mean that we have to prove our case beyond any doubt or all doubt, but a reasonable doubt. So what does that mean? What is a reasonable doubt? The judge is going to tell you that it's the kind of doubt that causes a reasonable person to hesitate to act. If you put it another way, proof beyond a reasonable doubt is that which leaves a person firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt. If you are firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt, then you must find him guilty. Ladies and gentlemen, in this case, perhaps more than any other, not only has the state welcomed that burden, we have met that burden. And the evidence supports that. We've done so by giving you an avalanche of direct and circumstantial evidence. The judge is going to tell you that direct evidence, that's someone who has actual knowledge of something. They see something, they hear something. They come into court and they tell you about it. Circumstantial evidence, evidence that you can infer from a series of facts that lead to a conclusion. Solicitor Gibson told you in his opening statement, he gave you a great example of circumstantial evidence. If you recall, he told you about how you might be in this room where there's no windows, and when you came in here, it's a beautiful, bright, sunny day and a blue sky. And when you walk outside, you see icicles. You see somebody's built a snowman. You see tire tracks through white powder. You put those chain of facts together and you conclude that it snowed while you were in here. You didn't see it, but you know that it did. The law makes no distinction whatsoever between direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. There's no distinction between the weight or the value to be given to either one of them. Another thing you're going to hear about is credibility. It's up to you to decide whether the state has met its burden of proof in this case. And part of the job that you have to do when you do that is you have to judge the credibility of the witnesses that take the stand. Or the believability of the witness is just another way to look at it. So how do you do that? I submit you do that every day of your lives. When you go to work, you're at the water cooler or the coffee maker, when you're on the elevator, you're walking down the street, even when a witness is on the stand, somewhere inside of you, you are trying to decide, is this person credible? Are they believable? Is what they're telling me the truth? And that's your job to decide that. And you've got a lifetime of experience in deciding if that's the case. But in addition to that experience, a couple other things you can look at. What's the demeanor of the person like when they're testifying, when they're telling you their story? Was their testimony consistent? Was it corroborated by other evidence? Is there other evidence to support or corroborate what the witness has told you? Judge Newman is the judge of the law in the case, but you are the judges of the facts. And with that, in judging credibility, you can judge all, some, or none of what the witness tells you. You can believe all, some, or none. That's up to you. That's your role and your decision. Now, the defense has tried to draw your attention away from the facts. They've tried to get you to think about everything in this case other than the evidence that points to Mr. Rowland. It reminds me of a story that an old teacher of mine used to tell, and it's one of those stories that gets passed down from teacher to student, but I think it fits in this scenario. There's an older man walking down the street, and he's a man who doesn't have much by the way of means. He's got a few dollars to his name, and that's about it. And he comes walking up the street, and he gets to the corner. He's waiting for the light to change so he can cross the street. And as he's standing there, he looks up, and he sees a billboard. And it's one of those flashy billboards with big head, big phone number, and it's for this local defense attorney in the town. And when he looks back down, he sees the same face right in front of him. In fact, it's the man from the billboard standing right next to him on the street corner. They stand there waiting for the light to change. And the old man looks down, and there's a mud puddle. And in that puddle, he sees something. Turns to the defense attorney. He says, "Look at that. Nice new shiny silver dollar." The defense attorney takes one look at him, looks down at the puddle, takes his umbrella, sticks it in the puddle, stirs. The sand, the mud, the silt, all comes up from the bottom. The puddle's now cloudy and murky. And he looks at the old man and he says, "What silver dollar?" And he walks off. Remain focused on the evidence in the case. Do not get distracted by issues unrelated. And what we're going to do now, we're going to go through some of the facts of this case. And we're going to give a review of what you've seen and what you've been told. We know that Samantha Josephson and her friends went out Thursday, March 28, 2019. We know that they hung out at the hub, they had some drinks, and they went downtown. We know that she missed Greg. She missed her boyfriend. He didn't live in the same town anymore. He lived down in the Charleston area, 2 hours away. They didn't see each other as much as they had when he was at school before he graduated. But they talked. They talked all the time. And they talked throughout that night, and she was begging him to come visit. But they had plans that weekend, and so he stayed in the Charleston area. So as the night wore on, she wanted to go home. That's all she wanted to do. She wanted to go home, but she never got that chance. She tried to do it right. You heard from Marcus Williams, the Uber driver. He came in and told you that he got a call, and they missed each other. And that happens from time to time. They just missed each other. He had to cancel the ride. She tried to do it the right way. What she didn't know was that the defendant's 2017 black Chevy Impala, and it is Nathaniel Rowland's black Chevy Impala, was circling, waiting, lurking, multiple U-turns throughout 5 Points, as you saw Mr. Martin talk about yesterday. Driving the wrong way down Saluda Avenue, mere minutes before the abduction. And what happens just a few minutes after that? As Samantha Josephson is standing on this corner, all alone, what do you see happen? The Chevy Impala, Nathaniel Rowland's Impala, comes driving by as she's standing by herself, circling, lurking, like a shark. Not only does he see her that time as he drives right by her, just 2 minutes later, at 2:08, as he approaches again, she is still by herself as he's coming right at her and can see her right in front of him. Pulls into the parking lot, immediately turns around, and as soon as these cars come out of the way, he starts to make his move. Now, an interesting thing about this video, the silver car. As you recall, this silver car comes around and Miss Josephson tries to get in it. She thinks that's Marcus Williams. She thinks that's her Uber. Right here. And as she approaches that car, where's Nathaniel Rowland's car? Right there. Right in his line of sight. Again, looking right at her, trying to get into a vehicle, seeing that she can't because it's the wrong car, seeing that she is confused. And he's lurking. And he's waiting. As the car pulls up, right here, what do you see? She looks back at him. Right there. She looks back at him. They see each other. He knows she's just tried to get in the car. She looks at the car. Again, this must be the car, she's thinking. If it wasn't the other, oh, here's a black car. This has got to be it. She looks. Look at that video for yourselves. There is one person in that car. And there is a seat, a driver's seat, reclined back. You can see it through the silhouette of the back window. What does he do next? He gets so excited that the opportunity has finally presented itself that he jumps the curb. He's been driving around for 15 minutes, pulled four U-turns, driven down the wrong way of the road, and he jumps the curb because there she is. And she gets in the car. What happens next? What does a shark do when it catches its prey? Take the victim below the surface. Out of 5 Points. Out of view. To a familiar place. Where the carnage can't be seen. and only to resurface later when the coast is seemingly clear. After this video, she was never seen alive again. For 20 minutes or so after this, when his phone moves, her phone moves. That was the testimony you heard from the phone experts. Their phones were in the same locations at virtually the same times. 5 points, her phone. Towers in 5 points, his phone. Again, moving away from Hardin Street. Towards Rosewood, her phone, his phone. Now we're in the Rosewood area, which we know that his sister lives in the Rosewood area, near Hemphill. Her phone, his phone. Until ultimately, her phone can no longer be tracked in the area of Southside and Montgomery. And you heard testimony from both Greg and Tegan that corroborates that. They were trying to track her themselves on the Find My Friend app. And they did track her until Southside and Montgomery, just a few blocks away from where Mr. Rowland's sister lives, in Rosewood. And her phone stopped. He drove to an area he was familiar with, the Rosewood area. You heard from Destiny Catino. She told you about how his sister lived in that area and she'd been over there with him. After riding around generally in the area for a while, what does he do next? What would he do next? Find another familiar place. And it finally comes to him. Drive to a familiar place. New Zion. New Zion, where his parents live just down the road from where the body is found. And again, corroborated. His phone in the area of where the body was located at between 4 and 4:30 in the morning. Let's talk about this crime scene for a minute. This was a straight body dump. An attempt to get rid of the most incriminating evidence against him. There were no signs that the crime occurred there. No blood anywhere other than on her body. Her clothes, all of these clothes, soaked in blood. Her blood. Her shoe. Broken, bloody, torn, just like her. This was a remote area, farmland, fields, a few houses. It's off the main road. You heard from Mr. Lee, the hunter. You heard from Mr. Bubba, the DNR officer, and you heard from Investigator Huckabee. This is off the main road. You got to go on 2 dirt roads to get here. This isn't even really a road. Everybody keeps calling it a farmer's access road because they don't even know what else to call it. And she's in the woods, removed from that road, surrounded by brush. And the testimony in this courtroom was that no one would go there if they weren't a local. They wouldn't even know how to find it. They wouldn't even know how to get there. Mr. Bubba told you that he's lived in that area his whole life, 60 years, and that he's been a DNR agent for 26 years, and that in 26 years of patrolling that area, which is about a mile from his house, he has never seen anyone in that area who wasn't a local. And he lived a mile from the crime scene, a mile from the body. And who lived across the street from him? Who did he tell you lived across the street? The Rowland family. Destiny Catino told you that she had been to New Zion with Nathaniel Rowland to the family home as well, several times. Investigator Huckabee, he told you about how Clarendon County responded And ultimately, SLED takes over the investigation. But he also told you something else interesting. He said they canvassed the area. They tried to see if any witnesses saw anything. Nobody saw anything. But what else did he do? He went up to the mini mart. They went to the store a couple miles away, closest business around, and they checked the video from there. And they couldn't tell what was on the video. They saw some cars. Video was not of good quality, and they couldn't tell whose car or what car it was. But I'll tell you this. If someone was looking for a good place to get rid of a body, it's a pretty good spot. Not near a main road, hard to find, brush. Think about this. Andrew Lee, the man who came in here and told you that he found the body, what did he tell you? He told you that he and his friend Brian went hunting earlier that morning. They went to a different location. They went up in Turbyville, miles away first. And why'd they leave there? They didn't find anything. They didn't see anything that they were hunting for. If they had been successful in Turbyville and found what they were looking for, whatever they were hunting, turkeys, there is no telling when or if Samantha would have ever been found. Let's talk about phones for a minute. You heard a lot of testimony from Agent Dove and Mr. Grabsky about the phones in this case. And they told you just about everything you could possibly want to know about how cell phones work. More importantly, they told you about Mr. Rowland's phone and Ms. Josephson's phones tracking together as they leave 5 Points, as I've talked about earlier. And again, they tell you about it going to Mountain Brook, not Mountain Brook, Rosewood, where her phone tracked, consistent with the Find My Friend tracking that Greg and Tegan did. They then track his phone back all the way to Sumter, through Sumter to New Zion, and then back to Columbia. This was from the defendant's Verizon iPhone. They couldn't get GPS location on it because they couldn't get in the phone. It was passcode protected. But Agent Grabsky, or Mr. Grabsky now, he told you about the tower data. And while that phone didn't have minutes on it, he couldn't make phone calls on it, he could use Wi-Fi. And what did Grabsky tell you? When there's Wi-Fi, your phone's bouncing on those towers. Your phone and that tower, they're talking. Whether you're using the phone or not, it's talking. And it's tracking. And it tracked him from Columbia up 378 through Sumter to the area where the body was found, and then right back through Sumter. Except this time, there was a stop in Sumter. Nathaniel Rowland's phone number, Broad Street, Sumter. Oops. There we go. Broad Street, Sumter, Nathaniel Rowland's phone. We know that it tracked to that area. What time? 5:45 a.m. What happens at 5:45 a.m.? The ATM in Sumter, 5:47 a.m. Samantha Josephson's car is attempting to be accessed. Unsuccessfully, mind you. But pay attention to what the person's wearing. The leather jacket. Just like the leather jacket found in his car. The gloves on his hand. Just like the gloves found at Mountain Brook. One in the laundry, one in the trash. The drawstrings. The Nike hoodie with the drawstrings. You can see the drawstrings right there. The white string. Those are everywhere in this case. You heard testimony about him wearing that Nike shirt with the drawstring before and after. Thursday and Friday. He had been wearing that for days. The dark pants. There was a long tan shirt sticking out from underneath the clothes that was found in the Mountain Brook trash. And then, of course, the red and black slides. The next ATM. Again, now we're in Columbia. 6:52 a.m. Here, ATM, Columbia, Hampton Hills, 6:48, same time frame. Again, trying to access her card. What do you see on the face this time? It's a little different this time. This time there's something covering it. It looks like dollar bills. The money bandana. The bandana that he was wearing when he got pulled over on Saluda Avenue 24 hours later. Same one that Destiny Catino said that he had seen. The same one that she had seen him wear before. He then tracks back, the phone records track him back to Mountain Brook, where he stays for a while, through Columbia, taking her to work, taking Maria to work, back to Mountain Brook for rest, and then the phone tracks out to Cellular City, Monticello Road, that Mr. Williams, Oscar Williams, told you about, as Mr. Rowland, whom he identified, came in and tried to sell a phone. But in between there, as I mentioned, he's at Mountain Brook. Maria Howard's residence. So let's talk about Maria for a few minutes. And let's think about that word I told you earlier about credibility. What's something that you can use to help judge credibility? That's corroboration. How do we know that Maria is being truthful? She told you that she had met Mr. Rowland in 5 Points years earlier. That he always talked about 5 Points. He said it was lit, like a place to have a good time. Destiny Catino also told you that she had been to 5 Points with Mr. Rowland. Two different people telling you that they had been to 5 Points with him. She also told you that she was trying to evict her roommate. This letter was found in Mr. Rowland's Impala. This is the eviction letter that Maria Howard gave to her roommate. It references on it 7525 Mountain Brook Drive, Unit C. What else does she tell you? She tells you that Thursday night, before they go to bed, he's wearing the Nike hoodie with the drawstrings and the dark pants. That's corroborated. We know he wears that because you see him on video at the Wendy's the next day. You see him on video at the Cellular City the next day wearing the exact same clothes. She tells you that she goes to bed about 1:30. And then we know from the phone records that not long after that, his phone is on the move from Mountain Brook to 5 Points. And then she told you that she woke up to get ready for work, and where was he? Where was Nathaniel? He wasn't there. She got up, she looked around. She had said that he went to sleep down on the couch downstairs. She went downstairs, she looked around, she looked in the bathroom, he wasn't there. Well, how do we know that? How can we corroborate her story that she looked for him and he wasn't there when she woke up? The text message to Nate, the 862 number, at 5:31 a.m. 0531 WYA. Where you at? Would she have texted him, where you at, if he was somewhere in her house at that point in time, at 5:30 in the morning, where he was supposed to be? She follows it up because she doesn't like being late for work. She told you that. 7:01 a.m. text message to Nate. Babe, I am late as F for work. And she told you that he was late coming back to the house to pick her up. That's corroboration of her story. When he finally shows up that morning late, again, he's wearing the same clothes. The Nike hoodie with the drawstrings, the dark pants. She's upset because she can't find her visor, her work visor for McDonald's. Right? She can't find her visor. She asked him about it because she knows she left it in the Impala. She told you she put it in the back window because she didn't want to forget it going to work. She put it in the back window of the Impala. She asked him about it, and what does he say about it? He says, it's in the country. In the country? New Zion? Why is it in the country? Well, it had blood on it, he said. She asked him, she pressed him, why is there blood? Why is there blood on my visor? He won't tell her. Mind your business, he says. And we know that the visor is eventually found in the Impala, in the trunk, with blood on it. And you'll have that back there in the jury room with you. She tells you that once she discovers that there's blood in the car, she also sees that a sheet has been placed in the car, a white sheet with blue markings on it and blood on it, covering, she describes very particularly, it covers the headrest, the driver's headrest, and then back into the back seat. If you look closely at this Wendy's video, you can play this in the jury room. There is a white sheet covering the headrest and going into the back seat of that car as he goes through the drive-thru. Cellular City. That's the view from the Cellular City parking lot, 11:19 a.m., Friday the 29th. What do you see in the back seat? The white sheet. Corroboration of her story. And when she asked him about it, when she asked him about the blood throughout the morning, when they stopped at the convenience store on the way there, on the way to work, mind your business. Now, she was asked, why would you ride with him knowing there's blood in the car? And she told you that she didn't feel like she had a choice. She had to get to work, and that was her only way to work. As she testified to, she relied on rides from other people to and from work. She's got a daughter, got to pay the bills. She had to go to work. And that was corroborated by the text that she sent, that she was going to be late for work. When they stopped at that gas station on the way to work, she gave him money for gas. She told you that. Is it a coincidence that at 7:45, 8 o'clock in the morning, he needed gas? After just driving all around Columbia for like 45 minutes and then all the way to New Zion and all the way back to Columbia. She also told you that he looked tired. Again, is that a coincidence? He had been up all night, driving, stressing, trying to figure out how to cover this up. Friday afternoon, he fails to show up and pick her up from work. So she gets a ride, and she gets back to the house, to Mountain Brook, and what'd she tell you she did? She said she banged on the door like the police, is what she said. And then when he came to the door, he looked shook, like he'd seen a ghost. And then he appeared as though he'd been sleeping. And she was upset. She was upset because he was wearing the same clothes. The Nike shirt with the drawstrings. The same clothes. And she talked about how nasty those clothes were. Now he needed to clean himself up. And why was he in her bed? That's corroborated. When law enforcement went to Mountain Brook and they collected the evidence, they collected a pillowcase that had a spot on it that appeared to be a spot of blood. She then tells you about how she had to drive his car to go get money because she felt like she had no choice. She had to pay the rent. She had to take care of her daughter. Her concern was her daughter, even if that meant driving that car with whatever was in it. It's not like she didn't try to find out what happened in the car. She asked him about it repeatedly, and he wouldn't tell her. Interestingly enough, when she drives the car, she tells you that she had to pull the seat up, the recline, because he likes to keep it laid back. Just like you saw on that video when he was eyeballing Samantha Josephson on the corner, when that seat was leaned back. She had to pull it up so that she could drive it. She talks about how he puts on blue plastic gloves and he starts cleaning the car. He's wiping down the car, and then And then he pulls this out. And he starts wiping it down, cleaning it right there in front of her. You think she wasn't afraid of what might happen with him sitting there holding this knife? Blood all over the car already? And he's cleaning it? She said she had seen it before, but she hadn't seen it open like that. And if you recall, she's not the only one who's seen it before. Or at least something like it. Destiny Catino got up there and she told you that she's seen him with a knife like that one before. What did he tell her when she asked? Mind your business. Again. She finds this rose gold iPhone in the car and asks him about that. Whose phone is this? Why is it so? It's clearly a female phone. Whose phone is that? And he blows her off, says he found it. She sees him at various points of the day putting wipes in grocery bags. He's in and out of the house. He's back and forth from the car to the trash at Mountain Brook, which later in the trash, as you know, wipes, gloves, bloody clothes, bloody bags, bloody toilet paper rolls, bloody paper towels, bloody towels, all found in the trash in Mountain Brook. And then after all that, he goes back to 5 Points, where he's pulled over, literally blue lighted, a block from the bird dog. It wasn't until Maria saw the news about the missing girl, and on the news the next day, where not only they talked about Samantha, but they put a picture of the black Impala up. And that's when the light bulb went off for her. It made sense to her then. But she was scared. Her priority is her daughter. She had just been in a car with him, 2 feet away, with him cleaning a knife. This knife. You think she felt comfortable about telling anyone or anything at that point? No. Her concern's her daughter. No matter what she said to him, no matter how many times she asked him, he would never say what happened in that car or where the blood came from. So I ask you this. When your girlfriend repeatedly asks you, why is there blood in your car? And if you really, truly didn't know where it came from, and you truly were scared about how all this blood got in your car, what's the more reasonable response to that question? Is it to tell her, I don't know, baby, I don't know how it got there, and I'm scared, and I don't know what to do? Or his response of, mind your business? What's the more reasonable response to that situation? We heard testimony about the traffic stop the next night, about 24 hours later. Officer Kraft came in here and he told you that there was a bolo out for the Impala. Be on the lookout for the black Impala, newer model. And again, about a block away, he initiates blue lights and starts the traffic stop. And what happens on that traffic stop? What does the Impala do after the blue lights have been activated? Where does he go? He goes to turn and pull over. He goes to Saluda Avenue. And he turns down the wrong way on the one-way street again. Initially, as Kraft approaches him, he's cooperative. He approaches the vehicle, asks him what he's been up to. He smells marijuana. Ask him about the marijuana. And Mr. Rowland is what? He's cooperative. He says, yeah, I was smoking earlier. Freely answering those questions at that time. But then the conversation changed. And when the conversation changed, Mr. Rowland changed. As soon as Kraft said the magic words, everything changed.
What's going on, sir? Your license on you? I'm also credit. Call me, please, former K9. No, I'm not license on you.
Tonight is 1047. Failed to stop
Why not?
1048 at Blossom. Last thing,
All right, man.
28 displayed as kilo alpha 8.
Who's smoking the marijuana?
I had smoked some earlier, sir, when I was at home.
All right, man. You got to step on out, man. All right, here's the deal, man. I pulled your car over because it matches the suspect. Get your hand in your pocket. What?
I pulled your car over because it matched a suspect. He didn't even get to finish his sentence before Mr. Rowland was trying to figure out, how do I get out of this now? He was cooperative until that moment when the word suspect
All right,
was
man. You got to step on out, man.
And then he had no choice in his mind, I guess, but to take off running.
All right, here's the deal, man. I pulled your car over because it matches the suspect. Get your hand in your pocket. What are you, crazy? Get over here. Hey, get over here. I want to run. Hey, I want to release the dog.
They eventually catch him, as you know. He's checked out by EMS, no injuries, and taken into custody. An initial search of the vehicle, his vehicle, what do they find? Samantha Josephson's phone. Right next to him, between the seat and the center console. Blood all over the car. Blood on his shoe. The trinket or necklace thing hanging down from the rear view mirror. Same one on the video at Cellular City. The seat leaned back. Again. Seat leaned back in 5 points. Right when Miss Josephson's about to be picked up. Right there. Traffic stop. This is through the rear window. Seat leaned back. Because that's how he drives his car. Some of you might be thinking, how could anyone be calm enough? How could anyone be calm enough to drive for hours with blood and or a dead girl in the back of your car? How do you not freak out when your girlfriend keeps asking you about all this blood? How could anyone go back to 5 points, a block away from where this happened, and not be nervous that they'd get caught? Well, the answer is, you got to be somebody who is capable of handling pressure, right? State's Exhibit 193. This is Mr. Rowland's personnel file from the FedEx where he worked, where Destiny Catino told you she met him. In his file, on his resume, skills profile, ability to remain calm and focus under extreme pressure and circumstances. Extreme pressure? We are literally talking about somebody trying to get away with murder. It doesn't get more pressure than that. And he himself has told you that he's prepared for that. The other reason, he thought he had gotten rid of all the evidence at this point, right? I mean, at this point of the traffic stop, 24 hours later, he's already tried to clean the car with wipes and bleach that's found in the car. He threw away the knife. It's in the trash at Mountain Brook. He threw away his bloody clothes. He threw away the bloody sheet that was in the back. All of that stuff's in the trash at Mountain Brook. But what he failed to consider was that he was driving around in the actual crime scene. And at that point, though, think about what he knew. He didn't know that law enforcement was looking for an Impala. At best, he only knew they were looking for some girl who was missing. They certainly didn't think that they were going to be looking for the girl who was in the passenger seat of his car, who doesn't look anything like Samantha Josephson. Missing white female versus black female in the passenger seat. He thought he was good to go. But it's the clothes. It keeps coming back to the clothes. The clothes link him up to virtually every part of this case. The Impala, the ATM, Mountain Brook, Cellular City, the trash, these drawstrings, these Nike drawstrings, these drawstrings, keeps coming back. They keep showing up. The dark pants, you see those in the ATM and at Cellular City. Drawstrings. Clearly Nate Rowland, identified by Mr. Williams as the person trying to sell the phone. Here's an ATM photo. What do you see sticking out below that jacket? That's a long, light-colored shirt. And what's found in the trash in Mountain Brook? I'm sorry, here are the pants. There's the long, light-colored shirt. And look what's found in the trash. A long, light-colored shirt. And what does it have on it? A whole bunch of blood. Keeps coming back to the clothes. The gloves. This person is wearing gloves. Nathaniel Rowland is wearing gloves. And what do we find? 2 gloves at Mountain Brook, one in the house, and this one in the trash with a discoloration consistent with having been touched by bleach. And bleach was found in his car. The jacket at the ATM, the same jacket found in his car. What did we learn about that jacket? There were striations, marks consistent with possible claw marks or scratch marks found on that jacket. The slides. Oh, the slides. These slides. Look at that ATM picture. Red and black slides. Red and black slides taken out of the trunk and collected as evidence. What else? The bandana. Right, the bandana. Look at that ATM photo. Dollar bills all over the ATM footage. The second time, when he realized he didn't have to hold his hand up here because he had the bandana that he always has and he could use that to cover his face. So he did. The same bandana he's wearing at the traffic stop by Officer Kraft. The same bandana they take off of him that night. And of course, the toboggan or beanie, black with red writing there at Cellular City, and found in the back of his car. So the question is, why not throw it all away? Why did he only throw some of it away? The Nike hoodie, the dark pants, you got to get rid of those. He's seen wearing those on Thursday. He's seen wearing them Friday. He's been wearing them for like 3 days. Got to ditch those. No question. The tan shirt, we just saw it soaked in blood. Can't keep that around. The gloves, one of them's got some sort of weird discoloration on it. The other one has blood on it. But what about the jacket? Why didn't he get rid of the jacket? It's a dark jacket, folks. It's hard to see blood on that. But not only that, there is no way that he knew the significance of that jacket. There is no way that he knew that Lieutenant Shank would be able to come in here and tell you that those marks on that jacket were consistent with somebody clawing or scratching. No way he knew about those striations. What about the slides or the beanie or the bandana? Why not get rid of those? Simple. There's no visible blood on those things. No visible blood. But there was DNA on it. Samantha Josephson's DNA is on this beanie. And there was blood. Samantha Josephson's blood, her blood, is on this. But he couldn't see it. So he didn't think he had to get rid of it. You heard about Mountain Brook and all the evidence found in the trash there, where he tried to erase the evidence. There's the bleach, the wipes, the cleaners, the bloody clothes, the knife. Even the trash from his meal that he got at Wendy's was there, mixed in with everything else. And he dumped it all in the trash at Mountain Brook. Why did he do that? Well, he's not going to put it in the trash at his sister's house. He's not going to put it in the trash at his family's house in New Zion. And he's especially not going to do that when he doesn't think that there is any connection whatsoever between him and Mountain Brook. But what he wasn't counting on was that eviction letter. Remember the eviction letter that you saw earlier that Maria Howard wrote and left in his car? It had the Mountain Brook address on it. That is the only connection. That is the only way that anybody even knew to go look at the trash in Mountain Brook. If that hadn't been found, that trash never would have been found. The knife, the clothes, the wipes, the bleach, all that stuff would have been gone. It would have been gone. Cellular City. Again, this is video out front. Again, the trinket thing hanging down. What do you see in the back, as I mentioned earlier? White sheet. You remember Oshmer told you that Mr. Rowland had to go back out and get, I think, a SIM tray is what he called it, to go with Miss Josephson's phone. What do you see here? Mr. Rowland looking for it. He's rooting around looking for it. He's got to look under the sheet. And you'll also see here again, those drawstrings. They appear again. Right there. I'm just digging around, trying to look under that sheet in the back, looking over in the side. You heard a lot of testimony over the last week about forensic analysis that was done in this case. Investigator Hudak talked to you about his efforts to try and get the information from the infotainment system of the Impala. Couldn't do it. Got an error message. Sent it off to the manufacturer of the software to try and get that location information from the car's infotainment system. Didn't work. Error message. The other interesting thing he told you is that the car appeared as though it had been had some sort of work done on it. And that's corroborated. Destiny Catino told you that she actually hit a deer driving this car some months prior. You heard about the phones, again, at great length. And I'm not going to go back through all the tower detail at this point, but I do need to point out to you the Alcatel phone that Mr. Rowland had. This is the phone that Maria texted when she said, "Where are you at?" And what were you told about that? That phone cannot be accessed for usage without somebody knowing the passcode. It has to be unlocked. It was set to lock every 30 minutes. And the testimony was that there was keypad activity on the Alcatel at 2:58. And it's set to lock after 30 minutes. But what happens over an hour and a half later at 4:36 a.m.? There's action on that phone. On the internet. Trending porn video of the day. The only way that can happen is for somebody to have unlocked the phone. That somebody is Nathaniel Rowland. You heard a lengthy testimony from the DNA analyst, Agent Dwayne. She told you a lot. She told you about blood and how it can overpower touch DNA. And she told you that Samantha Josephson's blood was on everything. It was all over that car. The back seats, the headrests, both sides, the back of the seats, the center consoles, the roof, the front, the seat belt buckle receiver. The blood was everywhere. She told you that her blood was on the Nike hoodie with the drawstrings. It was on his pants. It was on his money bandana. Her blood was on his sock, his shoe. It was on the black jacket. It's on the tan shirt. It's on the glove found in the laundry basket, the blue plastic gloves, the trash, the Yankee Candle bag. It was on Maria's daughter's shoe. It was also, Samantha's blood was on that envelope with that list, that weird list. And let's not forget that her blood was on the blade of this weapon, the one that he was seen cleaning in the car. Her blood, well, that's not the only DNA found on that thing, actually. Nathaniel Rowland's DNA was included as part of a mixture on the handles of this weapon, the murder weapon. It was included by way of 2 different methodologies you heard about, included in the mixture. His DNA on the handle. Samantha's DNA is also found on the cold-blooded beanie. It's on one of the red and black slides, and it's under Nathaniel Rowland's fingernails. In addition to the handle of the murder weapon, Mr. Rowland's DNA is on the Nike shirt, the pants, the blue plastic gloves, the beanie, the slides, the money bandana, and all over the inside of that car. So let's think about a few of the things that Agent Dwayne told you in addition to those results. She told you about how wearing long sleeves and gloves can decrease the likelihood of somebody leaving their DNA profile on another person. She told you that just because somebody is excluded from a profile, that doesn't mean they haven't ever touched, worn, or used that item. So the black jacket, for example, or my jacket. I think I even asked her, if I gave her my jacket, would my DNA be all over this jacket? And she said no, not necessarily. And then I asked her about these unrelated, unidentified individuals. And she told you that those profiles could have been left at any time by any person at any point that person has ever come in contact with almost any item, is essentially what she said. Any person that's come in contact with any item can leave their DNA behind, whether it's the assembly line worker, whether it's the sales clerk, it could be the guy who actually made the car, it could be the guy who fixed the car, and we know that the Impala had work on it because Destiny told you that. Anybody, any one of those people could leave their DNA in there at any point in time, and that you can't put a time on it. And that all those profiles aren't necessarily the same person. They could be hundreds of people. Can't say. You heard from the handwriting expert, and he told you that he took Mr. Rowland's FedEx personnel file and his Capital Waste personnel file. And he looked at those records that had, and you can look at it for yourself when you're in a jury room. There's handwritten stuff all over them. And he looked at that and he said, yep, the same person filled out both of those applications. And then he compared that to the list. This list. And he told you that there was a high degree of likelihood that the person that wrote those applications wrote this list. Duct tape, gloves, all black, flip phone, gasoline, matches. What else is important about that list? Nathaniel Rowland's fingerprint is on that list. Samantha Josephson's blood is on that list. He references duct tape. There's duct tape somewhere over here that's got his prints on it. Nathaniel Rowland's prints on duct tape, just like on that list. But you look at them for yourself. You decide if you think he wrote it. Even though Mr. Jameson told you that it's highly likely. So you heard about his prints on the list. You heard about his prints on the duct tape from the fingerprint analyst. But what else did she tell you? What's the last thing she told you about? Footprint. Samantha Josephson's footprints were on the window of Nathaniel Rowland's Impala. The inside. This was her cry for help. This was her way to try to get somebody to help her and save her from him. But it also, what it did, she left a trail. She left her own trail of evidence. Her own trail leading right to the defendant. You heard from the Trace guy who talked about bleach and how there's all these items in the car were consistent with bleach, and that bleach smells like chlorine, which interestingly is what Maria told you, that the car smelled like chlorine. And finally, the final expert you heard from was Dr. Beaver yesterday. And you all remember that testimony. He told you about the wounds that she sustained, over 100 wounds all over her body. He went through some of the pictures with you. He described in graphic detail what happened to her. He talked about the blood loss, that there's over a gallon of blood in the human body, and there's just about this much left by the time she was found. He told you about this knife, and he told you that they were trying to figure out what kind of weapon could have caused these injuries. You have the pictures there. You look at them yourself. These weird parallel wounds. Parallel wounds, just like these two blades. And he told you that this is the unique weapon that did it. It's not just unique because it's got the two blades that are parallel. Because he was confused. He said that there's single stab wounds too. Well, this one really is a multi-tool. Single stab wounds, parallel stab wounds. Nathaniel Rowland's knife is the one who killed Samantha Josephson. I'm about to wrap up. The defense is going to have an opportunity to talk to you in just a minute. There's a couple things I want to cover before I finish. Let's talk about common sense. You take your common sense in that jury room with you, and you use it when you look at this evidence and apply it as though the law tells you. Despite all of the evidence that has been presented to you that points squarely at Mr. Rowland, is there another theory that's supported by credible evidence about who could have done this? Use your common sense. Think. You would have to believe that not only did some other person kill Samantha Josephson, but that person was wearing Nathaniel Rowland's hoodie with the drawstrings, his pants, his money bandana, and his slides. You would also have to believe that this other person drove Nathaniel Rowland's car, used Nathaniel Rowland's knife, and had possession of Nathaniel Rowland's phone. Even if you believed all that, you would still have to believe that this other person drove on March 29th in the early morning hours to New Zion, of all places, in the middle of nowhere. And when they were there, that this person figured out a way to get into Nathaniel Rowland's passcode protected phone to look at a porn site? Of all the places in the world to dump a body, this person would have just picked a random secluded spot about a mile away from the Rowland house? If that's not enough, then you would have to believe that this person somehow found a way to get Nathaniel Rowland's Chevy Impala back to him without anybody knowing. And a 12th thing, as I'm told that the number 12 is important in this case, a 12th thing that you would have to believe. Whoever was driving the Impala on the 29th just so happened to drive down the wrong way of Saluda Avenue, the same road that Nathaniel Rowland turned the wrong way down on 24 hours later. 2 people driving the Impala just happened to turn down the wrong way of the same road 24 hours apart? Is it reasonable to believe any of that? No. It makes no sense. 0. The defense has tried to draw your attention to everything except the evidence that points to Mr. Rowland. He didn't have any scratches or marks on him. Well, he did. They were on the jacket. The striations. None of his DNA was found on her body. He's wearing long sleeves. He's wearing gloves. That decreases the likelihood of shedding or sweating or the passing of DNA cells. Her earring wasn't found. Her ATM card wasn't found. Her purse wasn't found in the car. Those things were of no value to him. He tried to use the card. It didn't work. He tried to use it in Sumter and Columbia, and it didn't work. He doesn't need that anymore. But the phone, her phone, that was valuable to him. He tried to sell it because he needed money because he didn't have a job. He tried to sell it, and when he couldn't sell it, it was still of value to him. This is what Maria tell you. Maria told you that when she asked him about the phone, he told her that he was going to try to give it to her and try and get it reworked so that she could use it. They might say to you that there's no defects in any of the seats in the Impala, so how could all these stab wounds occur in such a confined space? Dr. Beaver told you that the crime occurred where all the blood is, and all the blood is in Nathaniel Rowland's car. Is it reasonable to think that this crime occurred anywhere other than in his car? You heard testimony about a significant bloodletting, was the term used by the crime scene agent. A significant bloodletting that occurred in that car. I appreciate your attention. I'm just about to conclude. What have the themes been that we've discussed? I told you at the beginning of this closing argument that it was your job, take all the little pieces, all the facts, all of the evidence as is presented to you, put it together and use your common sense. Use your common sense to see a clear picture of what happened March 29, 2019. The clothing, talked about that ad nauseum. Where the body was found, a mile from his house. All of the videos showing the Impala driving around, her getting in the car. Mountain Brook, all the trash is found there, the blood, the knife, all the things tying him to that location. The forensic analysis of the phones, the fingerprints, the handwriting, the autopsy. When the smoke is cleared, the picture comes clearly into focus. A clear picture of what happened, and there is only one reasonable conclusion that you can make when you clear up that picture. That conclusion is Nathaniel Rowland is guilty. I told you before, Samantha's whole life was right there. It was right there in front of her. She could have been anything that she wanted to be. And it was right there for the taking. Do whatever she wanted. The defendant did the taking. He took her from 5 points. He took her life. And he took the time to try to erase all the evidence. To try to erase her. Samantha Josephson deserved the chance to live her life. And this man, the defendant, Nathaniel Rowland, he took that chance from her. It was malicious. It was intentional. And it was cold-blooded. Ladies and gentlemen, the state of South Carolina humbly asks that upon consideration of all the evidence, you return a verdict and you find Nathaniel Rowland guilty of murder, guilty of kidnapping, guilty of possessing a weapon. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to send you to the jury room for a break of about 10 minutes. Please do not discuss the case in the jury room during the break. If you follow the directions of the bailiff. Thank you. Ms. Pennant?
Please support, Your Honor.
Yes.
Good morning. Nathaniel Rowland did not have a mark on him. Not a cut, not a bruise. They checked him, and nothing. The unidentified people that the state wants to just brush off like they're no big deal, they do matter. DNA evidence does matter. If it didn't, we wouldn't have spent an entire afternoon of this trial talking about it. So you cannot brush it off. You cannot stamp your feet and hit podiums and say it doesn't matter. Because the unidentified male A, the unidentified male B, and every multi-person mixture that has 3 to 5 extra people in it, they do matter. And we can't forget that in a lot of those mixtures, Nathaniel Rowland is excluded. He's not there. So it's somebody else. Now the problems with this case, the way I see it, is that back in March of 2019, everybody started jumping to conclusions and just making up their minds on something, when we know on March 30th of 2019, law enforcement literally knew nothing. What they knew was that Samantha Josephson had gone missing. What they knew was that her body had been located in Clarendon County. And what they knew at that point is that Nathaniel Rowland had been pulled over by Officer Kraft, and there was liquid in the car that they at that point suspected was blood. The initial report came back from the lab confirming that it was in fact blood. Nobody has stood up here and said that Samantha Josephson's blood was not in that car. Nobody has stood up here and said that Nathaniel Rowland was not the one driving the car. But her blood being in the car and Nathaniel Rowland driving the car does not mean that he is the one that killed her. And that is what this trial is about. He's not charged with driving a car. He's not charged with trying to sell a cell phone. He's not charged with not calling the police when he should have. He's charged with murder. He is charged with kidnapping. And he is charged with possessing the weapon during those 2 crimes. That's why we're here. Not for what he might have done starting in the late morning hours of Friday, but what happened between approximately 2:07 on Friday morning to when Miss Josephson was located in the woods. That's what this trial is about. At the beginning, a little over a week ago, it was 8 days ago, Mr. Gibson stood before you and he told you that the simple answer is the easy answer, or the simple answer is the right answer, or something along those lines. There is nothing simple or easy about what's happened in this courtroom this week. Nothing. In fact, the opposite is true. We all know this. The simple answer, typically not the right answer. It's the giveaway. It's the one you can fall back on. Go ahead, snap it, it's done. And starting 2 years ago and continuing to today, that's the narrative that has been adopted by law enforcement. It's the narrative that was adopted by the solicitor's office, and it's the narrative that they've given you throughout this trial. Now, I'm not going to go back through every piece of evidence, every witness that you've heard of, that you heard from. Y'all were listening, y'all were paying attention. We were watching. Y'all watch us, we watch you. We know you were paying attention. So I don't need to go back through everything. But there are, a few key pieces that I think show and prove that the easiest answer is not the right answer for this case. Now I want to start where I believe the narrative is kind of getting skewed a little bit. And luckily, this video is in evidence. We're going to start with Officer Kraft. The initial officer that, hit his blue lights, pulled Nathaniel over, and conducted the traffic stop. What you were told was happening in that video is that Nathaniel Rowland was driving through 5 Points, 1 block away from the Bird Dog, when a traffic stop was initiated. What happened was Nathaniel Rowland was traveling out of the Shandon neighborhood, had come up to the stoplight, got into the turning lane to turn left, and turned left. He did not go into 5 Points towards the Bird Dog. He turned left. Officer Kraft then hits his blue lights. And you see Nathaniel Rowland driving his car, put on his blinker, get into the turning lane. It's all on video, you can see it. It's a turning lane to turn left to stop for the traffic stop. And then I believe the testimony was when the car stopped, he started talking, everything was fine. Then we get him out of the car, and just like that, he's gone. That's not what happened. And you don't have to take my word for it because you'll have the video. It's not just believe what I'm telling you because I'm telling you. It's watch it for yourself and see when the narrative leaves what the evidence shows. Because what the evidence shows is that Officer Kraft asked him out of the vehicle. He got out of the vehicle. He was standing there. He literally gets out of the car and puts his hand in his pocket and is standing there. Kraft grabs his arm, yells at him, "What, are you crazy?" The other officer who was on scene jumps at him. You can see on the body camera, Nathaniel looks around because the other officer lunged in his direction. And at that point, Nathaniel ran. Am I saying that he should have run? No, I'm not justifying why he ran, but that's what happened. He made the choice to run when one officer grabbed him, yelled at him, and another one jumped at him. He took off. He shouldn't have, but he did. So he did not tuck tail and run as was just presented to you when they start telling him why they stopped his car. That's not what happened. Don't let the narrative cloud what you can see with your own eyes. You've also heard nothing from anybody about the amount of blood in this car not being a significant amount of blood. I haven't said it, Ms. Good hasn't said it, Mr. Pillinger hasn't said it. There was a large amount of blood in this car. That was not an issue in this case. Nobody was pretending like it didn't exist. It's there. But what we know from the testimony that you heard is that blood transfers, and it transfers easily. You don't even need a DNA expert to tell you that. Anyone who has ever helped a child with a cut, helped a friend with something, if somebody is bleeding, you're going to get that blood on you. And with the amount of blood in that car, it is not a stretch of the imagination to think that everything else in that car has blood on it. Literally everything. Steering wheel, gear shift, air vents, seat belts, clothing. It got on people. It got on a baby's shoes. Everything in that car had blood on it. And that's a fact. You don't have to touch something in order to get blood on you. You have to come in contact in some way with the blood. And the items that were in the car prior to the blood being in the car have blood on them. That's not a leap and a bound. That makes perfect sense. So prior to them, y'all remember, prior to them coming out and processing the car, the SLED agents, the crime scene investigators, were out in the woods. They got the call out there first because Ms. Josephson's body had been located. And you heard the testimony. We wanted to be as specific as possible when we were talking to these investigators about why they did certain things, what they did, the reasons behind them. Tell us how you did your job. Because these crime scene folks, they did their job. They collected hundreds of things. They don't know what they're looking for when they go out. They are given a basic, here's what we think is happening. They establish the crime scene, and then they start documenting. They document with notes, they document with pictures, because they need to try to make sure that they gather all possible information that could be beneficial in this case. And that's what they did. They collected beer cans, cigarettes. We know they did. They took pictures of dirt. We have pictures of dirt roads. We have pictures of trees. We have pictures of footpaths, because that's what a crime scene investigator does. They document and they collect. We also have pictures of Ms. Josephson's body when it was in the woods, because crime scene wants to make sure that they can, at a later date, explain clearly how a body was found, what they observed around the body, and preserve any possible evidence that might be present at that time. Because they know that certain types of evidence is very fragile. So if you can get it, you need to get it before the possibility of contamination. And so that's what they did. A week ago, Ms. Good stood in front of you, and she told you Samantha Josephson had DNA under her fingernails. Y'all heard the testimony. It's under her fingernails. And the crime scene report has that her fingernails were ripped. Ripped. But when investigator Jazik was testifying, and the state's going through and putting in picture after picture after picture, they didn't give y'all any pictures of her hands, because to them that's not important. There is not one photograph of Ms. Josephson's hands, of her fingernails, prior to that autopsy that would show you the true length of those nails when they found her body in the woods. Not one. They did not give it to you to look at because they don't want you to think about it. Pictures were presented to y'all, and they're here. You can take all of these back and you can look at them. The scene itself in the woods, I think, is also important for a number of other reasons. Dirt roads, brush, a wooded area. You couldn't see Ms. Josephson's body from the road. You had to come into the footpath some to come see where she was. And just imagine, it's pitch black. Somebody drives a car into the middle of nowhere, drags a body out Not a street light in sight. It is pitch black through a wooded area with not, it's not the blanket, you can't see anything woods. It's those really annoying pointy sticks that scratch you when you go through them. Those kind of trees. Not a scratch. Nobody fell. There's not debris on any of the clothing that they found in the car that they're saying that Nathaniel Rowland was wearing. Nothing from the woods is on Nathaniel Rowland's clothes. Nothing's on his shoes. And not just dirt and debris. If somebody's going to be committing a murder, folks, you're not doing it in slides. You're not doing it in flip-flops. There are at least 3 pair of shoes in that car with no blood on it. A significant bloodletting event, and there's not a shoe that is covered with blood. The slides that they got, there's a mixture of DNA, another mixture of DNA, and I'll come back to all of the DNA stuff in just a minute. But no, people aren't going to commit murders wearing flip-flops. It doesn't make any sense. It makes absolutely no sense. That person would have been covered. Covered. The next scene that was processed was Maria Howard's house. And they kind of went back and forward. I probably have the timing off a little bit, but between Maria Howard's house and the car, there was a lot of processing. A lot of items were collected from her home as well. And Maria is one of those witnesses. She's kind of tough, because you have to acknowledge that she's kind of in a situation. She goes and meets with law enforcement 3 days after Nathaniel's in jail. She tells them that she's been working double shifts and, she's been tired and all of these things. But when she testified, it's little things. You have to remember what you tell people if you're going to keep that story going. We've all heard that. If you're going to tell a lie, you better remember what it is. So if you're working double shifts, that's the reason your daughter's not with you, which is fine. Everybody needs help. But you're with Nathaniel every day. He doesn't spend the night at my house, but I know what he looks like when he wakes up. Okay? When he showed up, he didn't have my shirt, and then he disappeared and came back with my work shirt, and it was wet because he had washed it, and so I put a wet shirt on and went to work. Okay? None of that makes sense. I don't know what she's talking about. I wish I could offer you an explanation as to what she's talking about, but none of that stuff makes any sense. Why she would get into a car covered with blood and just go on about her day like everything is fine. That doesn't make sense. Why she didn't call the police if she was so scared. You heard her, she told, I was too scared. I couldn't call the police, I was too scared. Well, when she got to work that day and she texted her mother, she said, "Baby tried, LOL. My shirt is wet as F. He will not be wasting, I believe she said, washing clothes ever. Have a good day. Love you." That's not somebody who's terrified and scared and trying to figure out what's going on. That's somebody laughing with their mother that her work shirt is damp and she's not going to let Nathaniel Rowland wash her clothes anymore. Not somebody who's scared of him. A number of things were taken from Maria Howard's house, and that's why I say I feel like she finds herself in a position. It's her house. She shares that house with her child. And all of these bloody items are found at her house. And she can tell us all she wants to that, I didn't touch anything, I don't know what was going on, I didn't do anything. Her DNA or her fingerprints are all over those bags. All over those bags. She can say whatever she wants. I don't know what's going on in her head, but her fingerprints and her DNA all over those bags. And one of the more interesting things that Maria provided to law enforcement and told y'all the other day is when she realized that her kid was still at daycare. Now, the way she describes it, she realizes she needs to get there. Her mother's asleep because she's a school teacher and she was in bed, totally fine. So what does she do? She tells Nate, I need to borrow, we need to go get my daughter. My mom didn't go pick her up. Okay. So Maria's driving. And she told y'all that while she's driving, Nate put on gloves and continued to clean the inside of the car as they were driving down the highway. That he sat there in the front seat cleaning off this multi-tool that she had seen him with, whenever before, wearing gloves, cleaning it off. This is what the tool looks like now. It's been through processing, it's been cleaned, right? The state showed you what this tool looked like when they found it in the trash can. It's not clean. It's got blood, hair, and DNA all over it. He was not sitting in the front seat of a car, riding down the highway to Northeast Columbia, cleaning a murder weapon in the front seat of the car. That did not happen. She came in here and she told y'all something that did not happen. That's the tool that they found in the trash. That's what it looked like. It was not clean like that. Wearing gloves and DNA. I'm almost confused after all these years why it is that we even bother with DNA testing. And I only started thinking that after sitting in court today. Why do we take swabs and submit them to analysts if we're going to stand here and try to convince y'all that it doesn't matter what they say? Then why do we do it? I don't have an answer for that. If we're not supposed to pay attention to what the scientists tell us, then why are we sending stuff to scientists? It doesn't make any sense to me. Because that's a theme that has continued to come up throughout this case, and it all boils down, with the bloods, it all boils down to what was found on this and where it was found. We know that Nathaniel's DNA, there was a weak support for the inclusion of his DNA in a mixture I found in this general area of the tool, right? But what did not come out when the prosecutors were questioning Agent Dwayne is that there was a mixture. I asked her that on cross because it was skipped over. There is a mixture of DNA on that tool. There's a mixture of male DNA on that tool. And the major contributor, y'all remember, Agent Dwayne told you, major means the most DNA present. The major male profile on that tool is not Nathaniel Rowland. It is a weak, and that's not just a word that I'm using, that is their standards for interpretation, a weak support for him to be included on that tool. And that also it kind of brings it back around. If the state is going to stand here and tell you over and over and over again that Ms. Josephson didn't have Nathaniel Rowland's DNA under her fingernails because he was wearing long sleeves and gloves, then how does DNA get on that? You cannot straight face stand here and say, she doesn't have his DNA on her because he was covered up, but his DNA is on that because he wasn't covered up. You cannot talk out of both sides of your mouth. You cannot argue he was wearing gloves at one point, not wearing gloves at another, to explain why his DNA is present somewhere and excluded from somewhere else. There's lots of testimony. Like I said, I'm not going to go back through all this because honestly, I don't understand a lot of it. The cell phone stuff with the towers and the data, all of that's technical. I can talk to experts, I can listen to the experts, but that is very technical stuff. What we know about the cell phones is that there were 2 phones that were associated with Nathaniel Rowland. We know that one phone, Agent Grabsky was, he provided y'all with a map. And that map hit off of towers in Columbia, Sumter, Clarendon County. But we know there's a second phone. And in the records that y'all have, all of these phone records right here, the state provided you the proof that Nathaniel Rowland does not have both phones associated with him all the time. And that's important. Because the phone expert testified that the phone wherever the phone is, it doesn't mean the person is. So we know that one phone associated with Nathaniel Rowland was bouncing off of cell towers. And we also know that Nathaniel Rowland does not have both of his phones on him at all times because you don't call yourself and talk to yourself for almost 2 minutes. You don't text message yourself and respond from your 2 separate phones. The records that they gave y'all have the phone calls and have the text messages between the 2 phones that they are saying are associated with him. People don't have conversations with themselves, not over cell phones. So we know that somebody else has Nathaniel's phone. Just because a phone hits off of a tower, that does not mean that the person is there with it. Now, Mr. Goldberg talked about the ATM video, and Mr. Martin's video, the gentleman who works in the solicitor's office. I'll start with the ATM video because it always comes back to the close. I believe that's what he said. Always comes back to the clothes. Well, the clothes were located, I don't know in which bag, but the clothes were located, there's a black jacket. There's been lots and lots and lots of talk about a black jacket. The black jacket is important because when dealing with a case where somebody is stabbed multiple times, you have to understand that that means the assailant is right up on that person. If somebody gets shot, you can get shot from across the room. You cannot stab somebody from a distance. It's up close and it is personal. So in that scenario, the person wearing the black jacket, they believe is the assailant. They tested that jacket. They tested it for DNA. They found DNA. They tested multiple places on the jacket. They tested the cuff. You put a jacket on, it's going to be around your cuff. Nathaniel Rowland's DNA is not on that cuff. They tested where they said there were striations, where the scratch marks were, that was potentially nail damage from the fight that Ms. Josephson put on. They tested it. Nathaniel Rowland's DNA is not there. And the excuse that's provided is, well, just because it's not there doesn't mean he never wore it. Then I ask you again, folks, what is the point of having these folks come in here to tell you what they did, what the results are, so we can just turn around and brush it off like it doesn't matter? They also tested the neckline of that jacket. 5 different people. We can pretend like 5 profiles doesn't mean 5 different people. That is what profiles mean. One person has 1 profile, 5 profiles mean 5 people. 5 different people are on the neck of that jacket. I was trying not to get into a whole bunch of DNA, but I don't think I can avoid it, unfortunately. So just bear with me. The beanie, a whole bunch of talk has been, about this beanie with cold-blooded on it. Y'all, I can, somebody can go out and buy a beanie with a Superman logo on it. Doesn't mean they're Superman. What the beanie says means nothing. So what's important about that is the DNA. Samantha Josephson's DNA is on that beanie. Nathaniel Rowland's DNA is on that beanie. You know why? Because he's worn it. It was on his head. There's video of him wearing it. Miss Josephson's DNA is on it because it was in the car. The 2 other people who are present on that beanie, I don't know who they are. I don't know how they got there. But there's 2 other people in there. And we can't keep skipping over things that don't work for us. Keep skipping over things that don't fit into this nice little pretty box that I'm trying to give you. You have to look at everything. That's the oath that y'all took as jurors, to look at everything. Consider all the evidence, all the testimony before you make your decision on whether or not the state's proving their case. And when the state elects not to give you everything, I don't know how you're supposed to do your job. I really don't. There's a tan shirt that Mr. Goldberg brought up from the ATM video. Guess what? Nathaniel Rowland's DNA is not on the tan shirt. There's 2 people, Samantha Josephson and somebody else. In the 67-page report that Agent Dwayne issued in this case, that was the big one, not the one that she did in June of 2021, almost 2.5 years later. The 67-page report from December of 2019. There are 32 different times that Nathaniel Rowland is excluded from profiles. Or it's a combination, either excluded or involves other people. 32 different times. The items where he is supposed to be in his car on his belongings, the steering wheel, the gear shift, his hat, his sweatshirt that we know he loves to wear. We know that he's going to be there. The issue is everybody else. And I don't arguing that, I take that back. Trying to say that, an unidentified profile could be the manufacturer of a vehicle that's a number of years old. You don't have to be any DNA expert to realize that that's kind of a stretch. If you own a car for a number of years, the chances of the manufacturer's DNA being there or somebody who did work on your car 4 months prior, it's not likely. It's possible. I'm not saying it's not possible, but it's not likely. The unknown profiles in that vehicle, they matter. The unknown men that are involved in this case, they matter. You can't just brush over them because it doesn't fit the story that the state wants you to believe. You heard from Dr. Beaver yesterday. What happened to Ms. Josephson, to say it was a horrific experience. A vicious attack is an understatement. Over 100 wounds is a lot of wounds. But I can't get around how even Dr. Bieber is convinced that he was. I guess the first time seeing this in court, he just knew automatically it was the weapon. He explained the single, not the double wounds, the single wounds, as somebody using this tool in this manner to create this single blade. Y'all remember that? Now, how, in the backseat of a car, in the dark, with a young woman who is fighting for her life, somebody is supposed to hold this tool with a blade literally pointed in their direction and not injure themselves in some way? How somebody does that is beyond me. It's this long when it's together. But y'all look. Let's try it again. Look at it. Wildly swinging, wildly stabbing, in whatever rage is going on, and there's not a cut on him? How do you accomplish that with this? Like I said, he readily just identified it. He was really excited. He wanted to let y'all know he had identified the murder weapon after seeing it for 10 seconds while sitting on the stand. The cause of death in this case was never a question. Never. Nobody ever said that Ms. Josephson was not stabbed and died because of those injuries. I don't know what Dr. Bieber's intentions were. I don't know why he tried to explain to y'all that Ms. Josephson's fingernails were too short to get DNA under them after we already had testimony that they collected DNA out from under them. I don't know what that show was about. But this young lady had over 100 stab wounds. There is evidence on her body. There's bruises. She has discoloration of her knuckles. Either she hit something or something hit her. Her fingernails were ripped, even though some witnesses don't want to admit that they were after the fact. We know from SLED that they were ripped. We know from SLED that they were of medium length. Not the short nails that Ms. Good showed y'all yesterday. She barely has nails. His report said medium length, and they were ripped. That's what we know. She put up a fight, and Nathaniel Rowland had not a mark on him. That is what we know. There's a footprint in the window. Her fingernails are ripped. She's got bruises. She's got defensive wounds. She didn't lay there. She didn't give up. We never suggested that she did. They've never suggested that she did. This young woman fought. And Mr. Goldberg said that she left a trail with her footprint. Well, she gave y'all the conclusion with her nails. She told y'all who it was. I've touched on a few of the things that I guess just were overlooked at being introduced to you. The photographs of Nathaniel that were taken by Agent Jazik that showed absolutely no injuries. They didn't even ask her about it. They didn't even ask her. They said, "Did you respond to headquarters?" "Yes, I responded to headquarters." "And what did you do?" "Well, I took some photographs." "And did you collect the clothes?" "Yes, I collected the clothes." They didn't even ask her. Just wanted to brush on by it like it didn't matter. She told you in great detail. Ms. Good asked her in great detail. "You took pictures of the back of the hands?" "Yes." "Front of the hands?" "Yes." Both sides of the arms, yes. His face, his neck, and there wasn't a mark on his body. If there had been, y'all would be looking at those pictures. If Ms. Josephson had Nathaniel Rowland's DNA under his fingernails, do y'all think they would have left that out? How many times do you think they would have had the DNA analyst on the stand confirming that his DNA is under her fingernails? How many times? But because it's not there, they don't want to talk about it. They want to tell you it doesn't matter because it doesn't work for them. Some of the videos that y'all are going to be able to watch, I do ask you to watch them. Please watch them. Y'all aren't going to be able to take the big TV back there, but you'll have some device in your jury room to watch these videos. The PDF that was, the PowerPoint presentation that Mr. Martin showed y'all yesterday, that was our first time seeing it too. We don't have a Justin Martin in our office, so we were just sitting there watching 25 plus hours worth of video, doing the same thing, staring at these videos, trying to identify cars, where they were going, how can we try to get some sort of timing on what was going on? Do we see the driver of the vehicle? That one video y'all have, the wrong turn down Saluda. Mr. Goldberg showed it to you today, a short clip. You'll be able to watch it. And if you remember, when Mr. Shealy was on the stand, I asked him, he's the owner of Statewide Security, where they got all these videos from. I asked him to confirm whether or not he had a second camera on Saluda. And he does. So we're all familiar with 5 points. I assume we're all familiar with 5 points. If you are at Gourmet Shop or at the Fountain or at Starbucks, that intersection heading into Shandon is Saluda Avenue. You can see the vehicle turn left, going the wrong way, and travel down in front of Gourmet Shop. Right before you get to Gourmet Shop, right where that car turned, there is a camera that is literally pointed into the driver's side of a car. It is directly in the street. It's got 3 or 4 different angles on it, but one of
Objection,
the...
Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Basis for the objection.
So, argument about facts not in evidence.
I can move on, Raj.
All right.
He told you there is another camera there. And the only reason you don't have that footage is because law enforcement never asked for it. They never asked for it. They bring you all this other stuff, but they never asked for it. And unfortunately, we were not given the opportunity to ask the investigators in this case why they didn't ask for it. Did y'all notice that none of them testified? None of the lead investigators in this case testified. They've been sitting here all week. This end, that end, and then Investigator Owens is sitting right behind them. None of them testified. So we couldn't ask questions. Why didn't you do this? Why didn't you look into this? Did you follow up on something? Did you follow up when you got the DNA reports? Did you follow up on anything? Because they didn't put them on the stand. I cannot tell you why, but I can tell you they've been here all week and y'all have not heard from them. We couldn't ask them any questions. Now the state has the burden. You'll hear from the judge and you heard from Mr. Goldberg. The burden of proof. The burden of proof is not a small thing. It is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Everybody has a different definition on what that means. Everybody explains that differently when they're talking about it. What it boils down to is hesitation. A hesitation to act. And the hesitation Doesn't have to be long. The hesitation can be a split second. That's reasonable doubt. If you think for half a second, that's hesitation. If before you put your pen to the paper, you pause, that's hesitation. That's what beyond a reasonable doubt is. That's how you make this decision. And y'all hold them to their burden. Hold them to it. Making poor choices, not calling law enforcement, riding around in a car you know that you should not be driving around in, does not mean that you are guilty of murder. It does not mean that you are guilty of kidnapping. If that's the case, then Maria Howard should have been charged too, because y'all, she drove the car twice with her baby in it. Just because you do things that seem completely irrational, because it's completely irrational to drive around in a car with blood in it, does not mean that you are guilty of murder. They have to prove that Nathaniel Rowland killed Samantha Josephson. Nothing on this table and nothing from that box proves that. They have to prove that he kidnapped Samantha Josephson. Again, nothing on this table and nothing from that stand proves that. They've created a narrative, and he's the villain in their narrative. Because for them, he is the easy answer. He is the simple answer. In this case, it's the wrong answer. It is the wrong answer. The state said that they understand their burden, they welcome their burden. They don't have a choice. They have to meet their burden if y'all are going to vote to convict. They have to. They cannot reject it. It is their burden. Y'all hold them to it. March 29th, 2019, the unthinkable did happen. Samantha Josephson's life was cut short in the most violent way. Nobody has stood up here and told y'all that she deserved what happened or tried to blame her in any way. Anyway, what happened to her is tragic. It is heartbreaking. And this is an emotional case. It is an emotionally charged case. I know it. The state knows it. Everybody in here knows that. But as jurors, I used to believe I could ask juries to put your emotions aside, leave them at the door. Y'all are human beings. Me asking that of you, it goes completely against human nature. You can't check your emotions. That's part of who we are. What I can ask of you is to not let your emotions dictate your decision. Don't let your emotions, the fact that this is a sad, tragic, heartbreaking case, dictate your decision when you go deliberate. That's what I can ask of you. The state has not proven that Nathaniel Rowland kidnapped Samantha Josephson. They have not proven that he has killed her, and they have not proven that he had a weapon during those crimes. What they proved is that he tried to sell her cell phone. He's not on trial for that. What they proved is that he did not call law enforcement when he should have. He's not on trial for that. They have failed at meeting their burden. I ask that you find him not guilty. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's all stand for a moment. Okay. Madam Foreperson and members of the jury, you've heard the testimony, received the evidence, and you've heard the arguments of the state and the defendant. I will now explain to you the law that applies to this case. Under the Constitution and laws of South Carolina, you are the finders of the facts in this case. I do not have the right to pass upon the facts or even to express any opinion that I might have as to them, because this is a matter solely for you, the jury, to determine. As jurors, then, it is your duty to determine the effect, the value, and the weight of the evidence presented during this trial. Now, as the trial judge, it is my duty and responsibility to preside over the trial of the case, and I also have the duty to pass upon the admissibility of the evidence offered during the trial. You are to consider only the testimony which has been presented from this witness stand, together with any other evidence or exhibits presented and made a part of the record, and any stipulations made by counsel. I have the additional duty to charge you the law applicable to this case, and as the presiding judge, I am the sole judge of the law of this case. It is your duty as jurors to accept and apply the law as I now state it to you, then deliberate in an effort to reach your verdict. And finally, I charge you in this regard that you should not be concerned with what you think the law ought to be, but what I charge you that the law is. You are also the judges, the sole judges of the credibility, that is the believability of the witnesses who have testified and of the evidence which has been offered. In considering credibility, you may take into consideration many things, such as the demeanor or manner of testifying, whether the witness had reason to be biased or prejudiced, or whether a witness's testimony was contradicted on the one hand, or corroborated and supported on the other hand. You may believe a small portion of a witness's testimony and disregard the larger, or vice versa. All these things you will consider, bearing in mind that you should give the defendant the benefit of any reasonable doubt. It becomes your duty as jurors to analyze and to evaluate the evidence and determine that evidence which convinces you of its truth. There are two types of evidence which are generally presented during a trial: direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence directly proves the existence of a fact and does not require deduction. Circumstantial evidence is proof of a chain of facts and circumstances indicating the existence of a fact. Crimes may be proven by circumstantial evidence. The law makes no distinction between the weight or value to be given to either direct or circumstantial evidence. However, to the extent the state relies on circumstantial evidence, the circumstances must be consistent with each other, and when taken together, point conclusively to the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. If these circumstances merely portray the behavior of the defendant as suspicious, the proof has failed. The state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden rests with the state regardless of whether the state relies on direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or some combination of the two. Normally, a person cannot give opinion testimony. When a person testifies, they must testify as to what they either saw, heard, or sensed by smell or something of that nature. However, there is an exception when someone is qualified because of education or experience. These witnesses, expert witnesses, are permitted to give their opinion in certain areas if the court qualifies them that way. To give opinion testimony in that area, that does not mean that you must accept the opinion, but it is evidence for you to use in any way you see fit and give it the weight and credibility you believe is appropriate. I instruct you and emphasize that the fact that the defendant did not testify is not a factor to be considered by you in any way in your deliberations and in your consideration on the question of the guilt or the innocence of the defendant. It must not be considered by you in any manner whatsoever. A defendant has the constitutional right to remain silent, and the assertion of this right must not be considered by you in your deliberations. I repeat, under your oath, you are to draw no conclusions whatsoever from the fact that the defendant did not testify. The fact that the defendant did not testify should not even be discussed in the jury room. The burden of proof, as I have stated to you, is on the state. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence. The burden of proof remains on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The fact that the defendant was arrested, charged, and indicted in this case is not evidence and cannot be considered by you as evidence of guilt, nor does it create any presumption or inference of guilt. These indictments are simply the formal written instruments which contains the charges made against the defendant. The indictments are the formal documents by which this case is brought into this court. The defendant has pled not guilty to each of these indictments. That plea puts the burden on the state to prove the defendant guilty. A person charged with committing a criminal offense in South Carolina is never required to prove himself innocent. I charge you that it is an important rule of the law that the defendant in a criminal trial, no matter what the seriousness of the charge may be, will always be presumed to be innocent of the crime for which the indictment was issued, unless guilt has been proven by evidence satisfying you of that guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. This presumption of innocence does not end when you begin your deliberations, but it accompanies the defendant throughout the trial until you reach a verdict of guilt based on evidence satisfying you of that guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. The presumption of innocence is like a robe of righteousness placed about the shoulders of the defendant, which remains with the defendant until it has been stripped from the defendant by evidence satisfying you of the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. The presumption of innocence is not a mere legal theory. It is not just a legal phrase. It is a substantial right to which every defendant is entitled unless you, the jury, are satisfied from the evidence of the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. The state must prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So what is a reasonable doubt in the law? A reasonable doubt is a doubt which makes a reasonable, honest, sincere, and conscientious juror hesitate to act. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt must therefore be proof of such a convincing character that a reasonable person would not hesitate to rely and act upon it in the most important of his or her own affairs. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt can also be described as proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the guilt of the defendant. Now, there are very few things in this world that we know with absolute certainty. And in criminal cases, the law does not require proof that overcomes every possible doubt. If based on your consideration of the evidence, you are firmly convinced that the defendant is guilty of a crime charged, you must find him guilty. If, on the other hand, you think there's a real possibility that he's not guilty, you must then give him the benefit of the doubt and find him not guilty. The indictments allege 3 different offenses against the defendant. The charges are kidnapping, murder, and possession of a weapon during commission of a violent crime. Each indictment charges a separate and distinct offense. You must decide each indictment separately on the evidence and the law applicable to it, uninfluenced by your decision as to any other indictment. The defendant may be convicted or acquitted on any or all of the offenses charged. You will be asked to write a separate verdict of guilty or not guilty for each indictment. The defendant is charged with kidnapping Samantha Josephson. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant knowingly and unlawfully seized, confined, inveigled, decoyed, kidnapped, abducted, or carried away another person without authority of law. To do a thing unlawfully is to do it willfully against the law. Knowingly means with knowledge, consciously, not accidentally. Seize mean to take hold of suddenly or forcibly. Confine means to limit, restrict, or enclose within bounds, imprison, shut, or keep in. Inveigle means to lure, entice, or lead astray by false representations, promises, or other deceitful means. Decoy means to lure by, or as if by decoy. A decoy is something to entice a person into a trap. Kidnap is to remove a person against her will by unlawful force or by fraud. Abduct means to carry off secretly or by force for an illegal purpose. Carry away means to remove. The state does not have to prove that the defendant did all of these things. Instead, if you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did any of these things, you may find the defendant guilty of kidnapping. Something done without authority of law is something which the law does not sanction, permit, allow, condone, or provide justification for. Kidnapping does not have to be for any personal or monetary gain, for any illegal purpose, but may be for any reason whatsoever. The defendant is also charged with the murder of Samantha Josephson. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant killed another person with malice aforethought. Malice is hatred, ill will, or hostility toward another person. It is the intentional doing of a wrongful act without just cause or excuse, and with an intent to inflict an injury or under circumstances that the law will infer an evil intent. Malice aforethought does not require that malice exists for any particular time before the act is committed, but malice must exist in the mind of the defendant just before and at the time the act is committed. Therefore, there must be a combination of the previous evil intent and the act. Malice aforethought may be expressed or inferred. These terms, expressed and inferred, do not mean different kinds of malice, but merely the manner in which malice may be shown to exist. That is, either by direct evidence or by inference from the facts and circumstances which are proven. Express malice is shown when a person speaks words which express hatred or ill will for another, or when the person prepared beforehand to do the act which was later accomplished. For example, lying in wait for a person or any other acts of preparation going to show that the deed was within the mind of the defendant would be expressed malice. Malice may be inferred from conduct showing a total disregard for human life. The defendant also is charged with possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was in possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. A weapon is any article or instrument which is likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Whether an instrument has been used as a weapon depends on the facts and circumstances of each case. In order to find the defendant guilty of possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime, you must find the defendant guilty of committing a violent crime. Murder is a violent crime. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the weapon furthered, advanced, or helped in the commission of a violent crime. An issue in this case is the identification of the defendant as a person who committed the crimes charged. The state has a burden of proving identity beyond a reasonable doubt. You must be satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of the accuracy of the identification of the defendant as the person who committed the crime or crimes before you may convict the defendant. Identification can be proven by direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or a combination of both. if after examining the evidence you have a reasonable doubt as to the accuracy of the identification, you must find the defendant not guilty. Now, while the arguments of counsel are a beneficial part of every trial, you should remember that the statements made by counsel are not evidence. In presenting their arguments, counsel often refer to the evidence. However, you should base your verdict on the evidence as you remember it. If there are any conflicts between the recollection of counsel about the evidence and your own recollection, you should rely on your own understanding of the evidence. Now, Madam Foreperson and members of the jury, I am required to charge you the law as I have done through these instructions now being given to help guide you to a just and lawful verdict. Whether some of these instructions apply will depend upon what you find to be the facts. The fact that I have instructed you on various subjects must not be considered as indicating an opinion of this court as what you should find to be the facts or what your verdict should be. Now, you've been chosen and sworn to give the parties a fair and impartial trial. When you have done so, you will have complied with your oath, and no one will have a right to criticize your verdict. You must not be influenced by opinions or expressions of opinions you may have heard outside of the courtroom, but rather should base your verdict solely on the testimony of the sworn witnesses who took the stand, the exhibits received into evidence, and the law which I have stated. You should not be swayed by caprice, passion, prejudice, or improper sympathy for or against anyone. Remember, you have no friends to reward or enemies to punish, and all parties are entitled to a fair and impartial trial. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and to deliberate in an effort to reach an agreement. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but only after impartial consideration of all of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your own views and change your opinion if you become convinced it is erroneous. However, do not surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. As I stated earlier, you are the judges of the facts. Your verdict must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In other words, your verdict must be unanimous. Now, you may have noticed I have read these instructions. I do so to give you the law as accurately as possible. I will give you a copy of these instructions to have in the jury room. You may refer to these instructions to assist you in your deliberations. You must consider the instructions as a whole and may not follow some and ignore others. And Madam Foreperson, it will be your duty to preside over the deliberations of the jury. If, during your deliberations, you should desire to communicate with the court, please reduce your message or question to writing, signed by your foreperson and the foreperson only, and pass the note to the bailiff who will bring it to my attention. I will then respond as promptly as possible, either in writing or by having you return to the courtroom. I caution you, however, with regard to any message or question you might send, that you should never state or specify your numerical division at the time. Now, you've heard the evidence and you've heard the law. Whatever your verdict, Madam Foreperson, you will indicate it on the back of each indictment and then sign and date your verdict. And each indictment that'll go back with you has a space for verdict on the back, and your verdict will be guilty or not guilty. Whatever your verdict, you write it below the word verdict, sign and date it, Madam Foreperson. Remember that although the foreperson is the only juror who writes the verdict, it is not hers alone. The verdict has to be unanimous. Madam Foreperson, you're not authorized to write the verdict until all of you have agreed to the verdict. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I will send you to your jury room, and the jury room will be a room where all of you will be together. But do not begin your deliberations until you receive a copy of this jury charge, the indictments, and the exhibits. Once you receive these things, that will be your signal to begin your deliberations. Once you begin deliberations, you will deliberate until you have reached a verdict, at which time you will knock on the door, advise the bailiff, and we will bring you out to receive your verdict. And certainly I understand that it's approaching lunchtime, and we have ordered lunch for everyone, and the order in which you eat or deliberate, Madam Forelady, and members of the jury, that is entirely up to you. Whether you want to break within the jury room and eat, or deliberate first, or deliberate while eating, it's in your hands, whatever you do. Now, we've selected 4 alternate jurors. Quite often during the course of a trial, something comes up, and one juror cannot continue with deliberating, or one juror might have some personal issue or problem, and we have to then use an alternate juror. In this case, due to the length of the trial, we picked 4 alternates. However, out of the first 12 jurors selected, if you have any reason why you cannot continue with deliberations, please let me know at this time by raising your hand if there are any problems within the first 12 jurors that would prevent you from deliberating in this case. If you have a problem, such a problem, please raise your hand. All jurors therefore appear to be in good shape and able to continue with deliberations, which means that the 4 alternates elected will remain with us in the courtroom while the other 12 jurors report to the jury room. So please report to the jury room at this time, all except the 4 alternates who were selected. You can go hit that page. Thank you. Madam Forelady, if you'll stand for me, please. Have you reached a verdict?
Yes, sir, we have.
Is it unanimous?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, if you will pass it up, please, and you may be seated. Defendant will rise. Madam Clerk, you may publish the verdicts.
Indictment number 2019 GS 40-2528, the state of South Carolina versus Nathaniel Rowland. It's an indictment for possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. Read the jury find the defendant guilty. This is signed four-person juror number 130, July 27, 2021. Indictment number 2019 GS 40-2450, the state of South Carolina versus Nathaniel Rowland. It's an indictment for murder. Read the jury find the defendant guilty. This is signed four-person juror. This is signed by four-person juror number 130, July 27, 2021. Indictment number 2019 GS 40-2453, the state of South Carolina versus Nathaniel Rowland. It's an indictment for kidnapping. Read the jury to find the defendant guilty. This is signed four-person juror number 130, July 27, 2021. Madam four-person, are these your verdicts and the verdicts of the entire jury?
Yes, ma'am.
Any individual polling requested?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you will poll the jurors individually by their juror numbers.
Yes, Your Honor. Juror number 130, were these your verdicts?
Yes.
Are they still your verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 469, were these your verdicts?
Yes.
Are they still your verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 169, were these your verdicts?
Yes.
Are they still your verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 516, were these your verdicts?
Yes.
Are they still your verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 635, were these your verdicts?
Yes.
Are they still your verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 72, were these your verdicts?
Yes.
Are they still your verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 534, were these your verdicts?
Yes.
Are they still your verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 73, were these your verdicts?
Yes.
Are they still your verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 201, were these your verdicts?
Yes.
Are they still your verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 103, were these your verdicts?
Yes.
Are they still your verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 520, were these your verdicts?
Yes.
Are they still your verdicts?
Yes.
Juror number 414, were these your verdicts?
Yes.
Are they still your verdicts?
Yes.
Jurors have been polled, Your Honor.
The verdict of the jury is unanimous. Any post-trial motions?
May it please the court, Your Honor? Your Honor, at this time, the defense would renew all of our pretrial motions, specifically but not limited to our motion to suppress because of the illegal stop that was performed on Mr. Rowland's car on March 30th, 2019. We would renew all objections throughout the trial, Your Honor, and we would ask at this time for a new trial based on the brevity of deliberations. The court was presented with at least 32 witnesses, over 300 pieces of evidence, and by my count, Your Honor, the jury was out for an hour and 7 minutes. So we would ask for a new trial based on the brevity of the deliberations from the jury.
A response by the state.
Your Honor, we would just ask that you stand by your previous rulings.
In all the rulings made by the court, we listened to the arguments of the state and the defense. The police investigating the missing person and coming upon Nathaniel Rowland at the location they did had a reasonable suspicion to engage a traffic stop of his vehicle, which matched the description of the vehicle that Miss Josephson entered. The court stands by its ruling regarding the sufficient basis to stop the vehicle. The court also affirms all of its previous rulings during the course of the trial with regard to what the defense says is the brevity of the deliberations. The state presented a clear, cogent, convincing, and overwhelming case of guilt. The evidence was clear for the jury to see. During the course of the past week, the jury reviewed the evidence in 1 hour and 7 minutes. Was a sufficient time for them to do that, and I respectfully deny the motion. And ladies and gentlemen, when you find someone guilty, then it becomes my duty to impose a sentence. And my experience tells me that all jurors are typically interested in seeing what happens beyond a verdict, and I invite you to stay for sentencing. We're going to move into that phase of it at this time. By the state.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor is inclined at this time, the state is prepared to present victim impact.
All right, is the defense ready to proceed with sentencing as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Proceed, Mr. Goldberg, Mr.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, please the court, this is Marcy Josephson, Samantha's mother.
All right, thank you.
Words cannot express the anguish our family and friends have endured since he kidnapped and brutally murdered Samantha. From the day I found out I was having Sammy, I was in love with her. As a mother, you worry and pray that your child will be safe, happy, and healthy. When she was sad, I was sad. When she was happy, so was I. Her dreams were my dream, and her death was my death. I close my eyes and I feel what she endured at his hands 120 times, over and over and over, fighting for her life, locked in his car. I used to have dreams for her. Now all I have are nightmares 120 times. The final moments, her bare feet kicking and fighting for her life. I visualize the blood flowing from her body, her beautiful body, 120 times for what? The $35 a college student has in her bank account? The loss of Sammy is beyond words. There'll be no more birthday parties, backyard gatherings, holiday celebrations, or activities to share with her. I was planning my trip to Columbia in 2019 to watch my daughter graduate from college. Instead, I went to Columbia to gather her belongings. I cannot watch my daughter graduate from law school, get married, or have children, all of which were her dreams. Her laughter, hugs, guidance, advice, and opportunities to tell her I love her are gone. Our family of four is forever broken. All I have are memories of the past and thoughts about what her final moments on earth must have been like. He erased my future with Sammy, but he cannot touch my memories. The excruciating pain he put her through is unimaginable. I pray that when Sammy closed her eyes, she thought of beautiful things. His evil face was not the last thing she saw before she took her last breath. I pray that her grandparents and uncle wrapped her in her loving arms. In 1 second, our lives changed. I miss her. Everything she touched was better because she made it so. The lessons she taught me as a mom are carried through me forever. She brightened up the day with her smile. The pain and loss are beyond words. He changed me forever. The heinous and brutal crime could have happened to anyone. Sammy was a reflection of everyone's child. Sammy had a bright future. She worked hard to accomplish her goals. She was kind and compassionate and would never hurt anyone. She did not prey upon others. I walked hand in hand with her throughout her 21 years. Her death sliced through my heart. Now I see sadness in ordinary days. I miss her heartfelt laugh. I am breathless and I want my Sammy. Such a heinous, vicious crime. Why? I spent the last 2 years asking myself that question. He cut out a piece of me. I'm bleeding silently. You don't see it. I try to move forward each day, but forever will be broken. One cannot explain the grief my family feels. There was no warning, no time to say goodbye, no time to tell Sammy all the things I would have wanted to say, no time to kiss her cupola. We were thrown into this world of terror. My world is now incomplete. Nothing but memories can fill the emptiness of Sammy's passing. I miss her precious voice, her giggles and humor. I long to know that she closed her eyes and visualized her family in peace and not his face. I will never comprehend why he did what he did. I try not to dwell on how she died. Rather, I want to remember how she lived, but I'm not there yet. I had the gift of being Samantha's mother for 21 years. I despised everything about him. His eyes glaring at my family during the trial told me everything I already knew about him. He is pure evil. Samantha fought for her life because her life was worth fighting for. I wish I could gather the broken pieces of my heart. I am breathless. I want my Sammy. The ache that spreads throughout my body hurts more each day. I cannot fully express how it feels to lose a daughter. The ache, the longing, endlessly tearing me up inside. He's a monster, he's evil and pathetic. The excruciating pain he put my daughter through is unimaginable. I am shattered, angry, and heartbroken. His ruthless, violent act took a bright light out of my universe and changed many lives forever. He stole my beliefs. However, I pray every day. I pray that he feels Samantha's pain. I pray that he get what he deserves under the law. I pray that he never has a chance to hurt anyone ever again. Everyone has choices. He may not like them now, but it was his choice to kidnap and murder Sammy, and he will have to face the consequence of his choices. I ask the court, I ask your honor to impose the strictest sentence upon him so that he may never walk the streets as a free man again for the rest of his life.
Thank you.
Your Honor, at this time, Chief Overall, Coleman Police Department.
Yes, sir, Chief.
Your Honor, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sir, I've been a police officer for 30 years. I've been a patrol officer, a special agent, and honored my life as being the police chief here in Columbia. I've never experienced a more heinous act violence that tore the fabric of our community. Violent crime is destroying our country right now. Lack of accountability, I think, plays much a role in that. This crime ripped our community. I saw the effect that it had on this family, on our law enforcement community. The effort in the first 48 hours between our state agents and our local officers was unparalleled to anything I've ever experienced. The most difficult thing that I think I've ever done is stand before this family to let them know that we were bringing their daughter home, but also to find the courage on how to talk about what had happened to their daughter. I implore you to make sure that this young man never can prey on anybody in this community again, and is held accountable for these heinous acts. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
This is Samantha's sister, Sydney.
Justice. That's all I can ask for at this point. After discussing my sister this past week,
A little louder, please.
after discussing my sister this past week and knowing nothing can bring her spunky self back except for justice, that's all that my family and friends and I want. Like most sisters, that's just the relationship we had, being spicy and going back and forth, knowing exactly how to push each other's buttons, made me laugh and cry. She made me remember not to take life too seriously. She was so funny without even meaning to be. With such plans for the future, her full ride to law school, and together we had plans to have kids that would grow close together, spend much time vacationing at our future beach house, and taking advantage of the life we thought we could have. Sammy always knew she was included with me and my friends, even when I didn't invite her, but always rallied along, and I loved spending time with her. I'm at a loss right now, and I can't even imagine how to put my emotions into words. Nothing will replace her, nothing I can say will bring her back, and nothing that I can say I know will ease my family's pain and heartache. Every day, having to go through the same thing over and over again, with being forced to recognize exactly how we lost her and how she will not be with us. No one should have to go through the stress and sadness that we all face on a daily basis, minute by minute. I ask this court, and I ask your honor, to impose the strictest sentence upon him so he will never have this opportunity to do this again to another person or family, or to walk the streets as a free man, because he certainly did not let my sister walk a free woman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Samantha's father, Seymour.
So, Judge, I have no idea how to get through this. I wear my emotions on my sleeve, so I apologize. I have a book here that was created from family and friends. In here are over 90 impact statements of friends and family of how they've been devastated for the last 28 months. I only wish that you read these, of how impactful it has hit my community, my friends, and my family. I have this here for you if you wish to read at any time.
Yeah, I do. I wish to read it. I'd love to, if you would hand it up, please.
I need glasses. I can't read off of a phone. It's too old for that. Thank you, Judge, for the opportunity to stand here and share with you the impact of losing my baby daughter, Samantha Josephson. I really don't know where to start or what to say. Do I stand here today and tell you that I felt an incredible amount of anger, an incredible amount of guilt, can't sleep at night. I don't want to go to sleep because all I do is start thinking of Samantha. I still, to this day, can't watch videos of Samantha. I hate looking at pictures. I have repeated nightmares and visions of him, the monster, stabbing her. I have visions of her foot on the back window. I have visions of her screaming and fighting. I have visions of her taking her last breath. I have such hatred running through me. I still, to this day, can't believe she is gone. I keep waiting for her to walk through the door, saying, "Hey," only the way she does. I have this guilt of her not coming home that weekend to visit Rutgers Law School. The weekend prior, we were at Drexel Law School, where she had a full scholarship, and Rutgers was only offering 60 or 70%. I just told her that she would be fine at Drexel Law School, and not to bother with Rutgers. So over money, I told her not to. And Drexel was great, and it'd be a free ride. With all this guilt and anger and rage and hatred, do I tell you that has this really affected me? Do I really share with you my deepest secrets? Do I tell you that I've contemplated suicide? Several times over the past 28 months. He, the monster, has stolen this bright light, this enthusiasm of life out of me. I try to stop having these thoughts or desires only because I'm afraid of what this would ultimately do to Sydney and Marcy. I know I have changed so dramatically that it's actually bad to put into words. People always ask, "How are you doing?" My answer is, "I'm upright," or "I'm living the dream," or the nightmare. I stand here before you for Marcy, Sydney, Samantha, to make sure justice is served for Samantha. I would tell you, Judge, for the first 2 years, I didn't even know his name. I never wanted to hear his name, or I still don't want to know or hear his name. I stand here for the last week in bewilderment, asking, how in the world did we get here? Why does he, this animal, have any rights? How is it okay for him to go over to his family freely during breaks, unchanged? Why does he have this right with an avalanche of evidence while the family and friends sit here in such pain, wishing and wanting to have our Samantha back? But no, with 120 wounds and stabbings, you or anyone cannot bring her back. but we have him walking and talking to his family freely. It kills me to witness this. I often think of Sammy or go to call her. As a matter of fact, until recently, we still had her cell phone active, so I could call or text her. A lot of the times I think of Sammy sitting on the couch, looking at my two favorite pictures of Sam and one of Sydney and Sam together. She is such a beautiful person, inside and out. Samantha was to graduate that spring of 2019 from the University of South Carolina. She was going to attend Drexel Law School on a full scholarship in Philadelphia. She wanted to help others and fight for people's rights. Samantha was one of the kindest, light-hearted, funny people you would have met. Obviously, she trusted too many people. Just recently, last week, I received an email from one of her freshman 101 professors. She mentioned how funny and bright-hearted she was, how memorable she was, how she was the bright light and stood out with her class. Sorry. We would sit on the couch in the family room and just talk about everything, from politics to the world. She would listen, ask questions, digest it, and then give her opinions. Sammy would call me late at night to talk about the news, the world, or anything. Both of my kids knew or know how to wrap me around their fingers. Each of them are different, but know how to sucker me in. I knew or know this, but I would laugh. I knew or know this, but I would laugh and smile and always say yes. Samantha always knew I would say yes and to buy them whatever. I have to say, I miss and ache for that. That night of her kidnapping and murder, she called me about using my credit card because supposedly hers didn't work with Uber or Lyft. I said, really? But okay. I often find myself alone and not wanting to be around anyone. I force myself to go out or be around people. I've had a bad time putting up with people and their BS, so I've eliminated some people and their negative personalities. I just don't care anymore. We started a foundation in Samantha's honor. Part of my responsibilities is to go around and speak to groups, colleges, businesses on rideshare safety, and they always ask, how do you do this? I would just answer, no clue. But not doing this for a while, I looked back and thought about it. It was cathartic. I was keeping Sammy around me, with me, and not letting anybody forget, not even him, could take this from me. I won't let him. Someone always asks me, what was Samantha like? The only way I can best describe Samantha is when we were at the vigil in South Carolina, and some of her friends and sorority friends got up to speak. All of them described Samantha as a person who lit up a room, always smiling and laughing, always a great friend, and lit that room up when she entered it. When we got back to Robbinsville, approximately 6 or 8 of her friends got up to speak at the vigil. Each one said that Sammy was her best friend. And some could not get up to speed. That to me is a true testament of how great she is. Even to this day, the lasting impression and feelings she had or has on them. I look at my wife, and she's not even close to being the same. I have lost a huge piece of her, along with Samantha. Every day, I look at her and only wish I could do something to take that pain away. Her memory, laughter, her ease of life, her flame that burns inside is way down. My Sydney, she lost her best friend, her confidant, her baby sister. She is who I worry the most about moving forward. Sammy was a gabber, talked a lot. Sid is tight now, he keeps a lot in. In the end, you have taken my baby away. I will never see her graduate from college, law school, walk her down the aisle, and get married. To see the children, the grandchildren, all the milestones that one would normally experience if an animal or a monster did not take them away from us. And for what? What did you get from Sam? $10? $20? He took her life. Only an animal or monster does that. Judge, I only wish we could inflict the same or more pain he inflicted upon Sammy. Please, I beg you, please, give him life and never see the light.
Thank you. Mr. Gibson.
It's been 851 days of horror that this family has had to live through, their friends, their community. And today has been a catharsis of sorts as we've gone through this week or so of trial. And the jury has come back with a verdict based on the evidence. And based on that evidence, Judge, I respectfully ask you, I know that you've listened thoughtfully and to all of the evidence that's been presented. And based on what you've heard, I respectfully ask that you impose a life sentence on the defendant for the murder of Samantha Josephson, the kidnapping of Samantha Josephson, and the possession of a weapon in a violent crime.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else from the state? Anyone else present who would like to address the court? Yes, sir.
Gregory Corvishley, Samantha's boyfriend. I don't have anything written prepared today. All I can say is that I've pictured this day for 28 months. The sleepless nights, the constant night terrors, even waking up all the way down the hallway from where my bed is. Because I'm such an active sleeper now. Constantly paranoid, constantly afraid. Samantha's parents and her sister have shared with you that they lost a piece of themselves. I lost the love of my life that day. I'll never forget the last words that I spoke to her that night when she was with her friends. As I said before, I told her to enjoy the night. She deserved it. She'd just gotten into law school. Couldn't be more excited for what she had in front of her. What sticks with me to this day, and what he took from me, she said to me, you are my person. And to me that represents, that we wanted to spend the rest of our life together. I had my plans to move up to Philly with her, to be close to her, to spend time with her, and we were going to tackle life together. Your Honor, this girl that I wanted to marry, I will never find a love like that ever again. And it's because of the defendant standing right there. He took all that from me, and the constant anguish and sadness that I see this family and everyone here that you see behind me, and even more, the pain that they have to endure every day, the texts that I get at 3 a.m. that someone's afraid to get into their Uber. They call me to sit on the phone with them until they get home. That constant paranoia that's instilled in them every day because of this man. And probably many other young females and males out there as well that are out drinking and just trying to have a good time. I just reiterate all that he's taken. You've seen the sadness this week and last week. I would ask for the strictest sentence possible. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further from the state at this time?
No, sir, that's all the state has.
All right. By the defense.
If it please the court, Your Honor, if you would hear from Nathaniel Rowland's mother first.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state have accused our son of a crime that he didn't commit.
Ma'am, I'm not going to hear
all right,
any claim of innocence.
Okay.
He's been convicted by the jury.
Okay. He's a very caring young man. This is a young man who went through high school, college, played ball, active in his church, never had anything against him. Now I know as a mother, and a mother knows her child, I know my son didn't do this. I know.
How do you know that?
Sir?
How do you know that?
By the way I raised him.
Pardon?
By the way I raised him. And when you're a mother, and you're a truly good mother, and you raise your child in the right way, you would know when that child had done something or did something right or wrong. I can't. And I know he didn't do this.
No, I'm not going to hear any
yes,
claim that of what he did or didn't do.
Yes,
he is guilty of murder. He's
yes,
guilty of kidnapping.
Yes,
he's guilty of possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. And if you had any testimony that you wanted to give for the jury to consider, the trial was the time to do that. I'm not listening to any claim of what he did not do. You are not a witness.
But he's a loving child. He's a good person, very respectful, and respect others. And I thank the court.
Thank you.
Please, court, Your Honor. Your Honor, I believe what Mrs. Rowland was trying to.
I heard her loud and clear, every word she said, and I don't know how you can tell me what you think she was trying to say. But
Well,
go ahead.
Your Honor, I would just respectfully request the same opportunity to address the court as the Josephson family was given. Nathaniel's parents were not charged with anything. They were not convicted of anything. Your Honor?
I am happy to hear from any and everyone who has something to say on behalf of the defendant. You will have the same opportunity that was provided the state.
Certainly, Your Honor. So on behalf of Mr. Rowland's family, I would just like the court to know that they have stood behind him 100% from the day of his arrest. His mother, father, brother, and sisters all believe in him. They have believed from the beginning that the wrong person had been charged, and they still hold that belief today. So on behalf of the family, I would like Your Honor to know that that is the family's position.
That will not be taken into consideration in any form or fashion in deciding a sentence. We're in the sentencing phase of the trial.
Yes, Your Honor, I understand that. I was just letting you know what the family's intentions were and what they were trying to let Your Honor know. They love Nathaniel Rowland. He is her son. His father is sitting here. His father has suffered a stroke over the past year and some change. His brother has been here the whole time. His sister had to work a few days, but she's been here supporting him also. So he's got a loving family who is in his corner and who are going to be by his side every day, whatever sentence Your Honor imposes upon him today. Mr. Rowland maintains his innocence of these charges, Your Honor. He pled not guilty from the very beginning. We understand that the jury has reached a verdict, and we understand that verdict is unanimous, but Mr. Rowland maintains his innocence of these charges. He is currently 27 years old, Your Honor. You heard that 800 and some odd days have gone by. He's been incarcerated since March 30th of 2019. Your Honor is fully aware, we all are, that murder has a mandatory minimum. He does not have any prior convictions on his record. His family is all here. He does have the support of his community, Your Honor. You heard that he was a pretty talented basketball player. He attended college. When he was in college, he worked in the dean's office. He was studying business management, was not able to, he was not able to graduate, but he had goals of opening his own business and was working towards that prior to getting arrested. On the night of his arrest, Your Honor, he was with his girlfriend. She is still standing beside him, behind him, still believing in that relationship, Your Honor.
His girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
Was it the same person that we heard from as a witness?
No, sir.
Go ahead.
That relationship is still there. It's still strong, and she still supports him in every way you could imagine, Your Honor.
Is she here?
No, sir, she is not here today. But Your Honor, I would ask you to sentence Nathaniel to the minimum 30 years. It is not a small amount of time. It is a day-for-day sentence. Being 27 years old, going in, he will be well into his 70s before that sentence is complete. He does not have any sort of violent history. He has nobody that we've talked to, his family would tell you that he does not have a violent bone in his body. They don't understand it, Your Honor. He has no history of anything or any allegations like this in the past. And, Your Honor, we would respectfully ask that you consider the minimum sentence and run all sentences concurrent.
All right. Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak on behalf of the defendant? Yes, sir. You can remain seated if you want to. You can stand or sit.
I'm Nathaniel Rowland. I'm Nathaniel Rowland's father. Now, Judge, I got 4 different kids beside Nathaniel. And believe me, I went through all the schooling from kindergarten to college, and I was right there. I never seen any backbone in his blood. He always been a determined child all through his life. Now, I can't tell you what happened. I don't know what happened. But I know deep down in my heart that young man, he didn't do this. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for Miss Josephson's family. I am so sorry for her family. I know what they're going through, because we go through the same thing, because we cherish our children. I pray and hope that you be as lenient as possible with the evidence that was presented. And, that's all. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Anyone else on behalf of Mr. Rowland?
No, no.
Response by the state.
On a somewhat unrelated matter, unless I'm mistaken, I believe, due to the conviction for kidnapping, that there should be no sentence, the conviction for the murder, there should be no sentence imposed for the kidnapping, I believe is the way the statute reads.
Say it again, please.
I believe the kidnapping statute, 16(3)(9)(10), outlines that the penalty for kidnapping is imprisonment not to exceed 30 years unless sentenced for murder. So I believe that the murder sentence consumes the kidnapping sentence. That's the way I read the statute.
Do you agree with that, Ms. Pennick?
Yes, Your Honor, I would agree with that. And I'd also ask that you, because of the kidnapping conviction, put on whatever sentencing sheet that he not be required to register, since it's not a sex-related allegation.
There's certainly no objection to that, as I believe that language would be appropriate. And the other matter to consider from a sentencing standpoint, Judge, is the possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime. If Your Honor is to impose a numerical sentence, then I believe that you can obviously impose the 5-year sentence, but as I read 1623(5)(90), that 5-year sentence does not apply if Your Honor chooses to impose a life sentence.
If the defendant will come before the court for sentencing. Mr. Rowland, during my time on the bench, I have presided over many murder trials, and they typically involve shootings. And with what seems to be an epidemic of criminal activity now, on a monthly basis, we encounter people accused of murder, people convicted of murder. This is the first time, however, that I've presided over a case where a victim was stabbed 120 times. The last case I participated in, where a victim was stabbed and tortured, resulted in a jury imposing the death penalty, which in this state is defined as murder accompanied by aggravating circumstances. And certainly a kidnapping is an aggravated circumstance. And I hear a lot of mothers tell me what a good child their child is. And quite often I have to unfortunately tell those same mothers and fathers that your child was a good child. But that's when he was a child. And my heart goes out to the Rowland family, as well as the Josephson's family. My heart goes out to someone from the same part of the state that I am from. You know, you participate in sports, and at East Clarendon, I presume you played basketball against C.E. Murray, did you? My high school. So I take no joy whatsoever. When I looked at the map that was shown to the jury, the telephone towers, when the officer or witness testified that there's another tower over here, the map showed that that tower is in King Street, where my chambers are. So this is painful, but not nearly as painful as the suffering by the Josephson family. Is there anything you would like to say?
Your Honor, I know I'm innocent. But I guess what I know and what I think really doesn't matter. I just wish the state would have done more in finding out who the actual person was, instead of being satisfied with detaining me and proving my guilt. I feel like if they would have done further research in certain areas, that's all I got.
And I've sentenced a number of murderers, many of whom have confessed, and I asked them, tell me about the murder. Tell me about the time you pulled the trigger. And I have yet to have one who could go back there. Everyone, each of them, have blotted the whole thing out of their mind as if it never occurred. And they can't take their mind back there sufficient to tell me. And I imagine they live in torment the rest of their days because they can't. The evidence in this case was, I chose the word an avalanche of evidence, and now I've seen it repeated a few times. I've heard it repeated. But the evidence in this case was so overwhelming. The law enforcement in this case did the best job of investigating a case that I have seen over the past 30 or 40 years. Every law enforcement officer that was available participated, apparently, in working in this case. And if there were 1,000 roads, each road led to you. There's 1,000 trails, each trail led to you. All of the evidence, every speck of the evidence, not simply beyond a reasonable doubt, but as high a standard as the law requires, all points to your guilt. And I am absolutely satisfied. I can certainly understand the family being in total disbelief that the child that they raised could do such a heinous thing, could commit such a murder. And I have dealt with the heartless, and you fall into that category. A person without any remorse whatsoever. A person who is totally emotionless, and in the law we call it a depraved heart. And it would be absolutely astonishing, amazing to me for the truth to be that you have engaged in this activity all of a sudden. That there are not signs that your family can point to, that your friends can point to, where if some intervention had taken place, this young lady would have been protected. I don't know that. But as much as your mom feels in the bottom of her soul or pit of her stomach about you, I feel that same thing based on my experience and based on my observing you and witnessing the evidence in this case. So I want to thank the jury for your focus on this case. I noticed that you all were totally engaged and tuned. Thank you very much on behalf of the citizens of Richland County and the citizens of the state of South Carolina. And South Carolina is a wonderful state, a lovely place, and people from all over the country, particularly the Northeast, choose South Carolina because of its beauty and charm and people, and Columbia for all of the same reasons, because we live in such a wonderful state, such a diverse state, where there are opportunities for everyone, and certainly opportunities for you. And for you to have attended South Carolina State University, if your parents have given you as much as they gave you, and for you then, your life story to end right here at this point in time. Of course, your life story doesn't end, but this is certainly a stop along the way. It is a tragedy. And whatever tragedy that causes these demons to reside within your soul and spirit, I don't know. Maybe at one point in time, since this is not a death penalty case, they can be exorcised out of you. Mr. Goldberg made his closing argument and talked about, in the end, the consequences that would have had to exist in order for this not to be you. That someone would have had to steal your car, steal your car keys, kidnap Samantha, kill her with your tool, then bury her in your home territory, then miraculously get the car back to you in time for you to go to the ATM in Sumter and here in Columbia. Then turn over your car back to you with all the blood throughout it, all of Samantha's blood except for several teaspoons. And the story goes on and on. The evidence is so substantial in this case, pointing to your guilt. And I emphasize that and re-emphasize it because of the horrific and most brutal nature of this crime. It could not be worse. It's the most severe murder that has occurred that I have been a witness to as far as presiding in court or participating in as a lawyer. And for whomever asked me for leniency, that's not part of my DNA. You know, I have 2 daughters, one of whom sit in this seat more often than I do, and another of whom live in a city who have to encounter people on a daily basis. And I have sons. I would like to think I know my sons and my daughters very well. Certainly, I would be in disbelief if any of them were to find themselves standing in a spot like you. But even more so, the terror imposed on their child and the pain and grief that you have caused. She was an amazing person, an amazing human being, and the testimony is here. And she obviously put up an amazing fight against you and left a sufficient trail for the jury to see what you did. Now, you're not a dumb person. You're not an unintelligent person. You've been educated, trained, and you have a degree of intelligence. You certainly have the ability to choose a different course. But there's no perfect crime. These days, with forensic evidence, your whole 24 hours was recreated almost minute by minute, mile by mile, digit by digit. That's led you here, and you've now been found guilty. And sentencing in this case is not difficult. The sentence in this case is easy, though painful it may be. The sentence of the court for murder is that you be committed to the State Department of Corrections for life. Any other sentence that can be imposed will be concurrent with life. Since you only have one life, that sentence must be served for the remaining days of your natural life. That's the sentence of the court. If you remove Mr. from the courtroom, Mr. Rowland. Just as a comment regarding Mr. Rowland being able to interact with his family during the trial, first, he was chained. We would never let a person who's incarcerated roam freely. He was chained and guarded by law enforcement. But I believe in the presumption of innocence. And for a person not to be punished prior to conviction. Thank you all very much. Thank you all for a job well done. Thank you for the manner in which all of you have acted in the courtroom. And ladies and gentlemen, you have done your service on jury duty. You may retire. Congratulations on a job well done, Madam Forelady. And all of you, I don't know who did the best job. I know it's always painful, but each of you all performed and did your jobs equally, especially to the law student back there who has given me his 403 already to sign. I'm sure it will be a lesson that you will not duplicate in law school, and an opportunity that Samantha will not have, an opportunity, sadly, will not have an opportunity to experience. So thanks to all. Court is adjourned. Drawers, if you'll go this way, please, following the bailiffs. To the media, I have an additional order, an amended order that will be circulated.
Statement, and it's a very important part of the judicial process where the family finally gets to speak after sitting through days of testimony and listening. And the mom asked for the strictest sentence possible from Judge Clifton Newman, saying that she hopes he never walks the streets again as a free man, because her Sammy will never walk the streets again as a free man. Let's listen in to what the mom had to say.
Words cannot express the anguish our family and friends have endured since he kidnapped and brutally murdered Samantha. From the day I found out I was having Sammy, I was in love with her. As a mother, you worry and pray that your child will be safe, happy, and healthy. When she was sad, I was sad. When she was happy, so was I. Her dreams were my dream, and her death was my death. I close my eyes and I feel what she endured at his hands 120 times, over and over and over, fighting for her life, locked in his car. I used to have dreams for her. Now will I have her nightmares 120 times. The final moments, her bare feet kicking and fighting for her life. I visualize the blood flowing from her body, her beautiful body, 120 times for what? The $35 a college student has in her bank account? The loss of Sammy is beyond words. There'll be no more birthday parties, backyard gatherings, holiday celebrations, or activities to share with her. I was planning my trip to Columbia in 2019 to watch my daughter graduate from college. Instead, I went to Columbia to gather her belongings. I cannot watch my daughter graduate from law school, get married, or have children, all of which were her dreams. Her laughter, hugs, guidance, advice, and opportunities to tell her I love her are gone. Our family of four is forever broken. All I have are memories of the past and thoughts about what her final moments on earth must have been like. He erased my future with Sammy, but he cannot touch my memories. The excruciating pain he put her through is unimaginable. I pray that when Sammy closed her eyes, she thought of beautiful things. His evil face was not the last thing she saw before she took her last breath. I pray that her grandparents and uncle wrapped her in her loving arms. In 1 second, our lives changed. I miss her. Everything she touched was better because she made it so. The lessons she taught me as a mom are carried through me forever. She brightened up the day with her smile. The pain and loss are beyond words. He changed me forever. The heinous and brutal crime could have happened to anyone. Sammy was a reflection of everyone's child. Sammy had a bright future. She worked hard to accomplish her goals. She was kind and compassionate and would never hurt anyone. She did not prey upon others. I walked hand in hand with her throughout her 21 years. Her death sliced through my heart. Now I see sadness in ordinary days. I miss her heartfelt laugh. I am breathless and I want my Sammy. Such a heinous, vicious crime. Why? I spent the last 2 years asking myself that question. He cut out a piece of me. I'm bleeding silently. You don't see it. I try to move forward each day, but forever will be broken. One cannot explain the grief my family feels. There was no warning, no time to say goodbye, no time to tell Sammy all the things I would have wanted to say, no time to kiss her Kepala. We were thrown into this world of terror. My world is now incomplete. Nothing but memories can fill the emptiness of Sammy's passing. I miss her precious voice, her giggles and humor. I long to know that she closed her eyes and visualized her family in peace and not his face. I will never comprehend why he did what he did. I try not to dwell on how she died. Rather, I want to remember how she lived, but I'm not there yet. I had the gift of being Samantha's mother for 21 years. I despise everything about him. His eyes glaring at my family during the trial told me everything I already knew about him. He is pure evil. Samantha fought for her life because her life was worth fighting for. I wish I could gather the broken pieces of my heart. I am breathless. I want my Sammy. The ache that spreads throughout my body hurts more each day. I cannot fully express how it feels to lose a daughter. The ache, the longing, endlessly tearing me up inside. He's a monster, he's evil and pathetic. The excruciating pain he put my daughter through is unimaginable. I am shattered, angry, and heartbroken. His ruthless, violent act took a bright light out of my universe and changed many lives forever. He stole my beliefs. However, I pray every day. I pray that he feels Samantha's pain. I pray that he get what he deserves under the law. I pray that he never has a chance to hurt anyone ever again. Everyone has choices. He may not like them now, but it was his choice to kidnap and murder Sammy, and he will have to face the consequence of his choices. I ask the court, I ask your honor to impose the strictest sentence upon him so that he may never walk the streets as a free man again for the rest of his life.
Thank you.
That was Samantha Josephson's mother, Judge Clifton Newman. When he got a chance to speak, Darcy, I thought he spoke very powerful words. He called it an avalanche of evidence. He said in 30 or 40 years, it's the best job law enforcement ever did. And then he was speaking to Nathaniel Rowland, and he said, there were 1,000 roads, sir, and every road led to you. Every speck of evidence points to your guilt. And he went on to say, I've dealt with heartless people in the past. None were like you. You have a depraved heart.
J.R. Berry standing by outside of the courthouse. He has been there all day. J.R., what's the latest?
Well, I'll tell you this, the Rowland family just left the courtroom. They walked right by me as I was coming into the lobby here at the Richland County Courthouse. They were walking out. They did not stop to talk to the news media here. As you may have heard, the mother and the father asking for leniency in this case, especially the father. But again, the judge said that leniency was not in his DNA. As you said, Andrea, he said there were 1,000 leads in this case. They all led back to Nathaniel Rowland. If you missed the verdict earlier today, if you missed the verdict when it came down, we want to present that to you now. The jury deliberated for a little more than an hour. The defense was not happy about that. They asked the judge in this case to order a new trial, saying that there was so many witnesses and so much evidence presented that they couldn't possibly come up with that verdict in a little more than an hour's time. But the judge in this case said, again, overwhelming evidence. He was satisfied with the amount of time it took the jury to reach this verdict. Take a listen.
Your verdicts?
Yes.
Are they still your verdicts?
Yes.
Jury number 169, were these your verdicts?
Yes.
Are they still your verdicts?
Yes.
Jury number 516, were these your verdicts?
Yes.
Are they still your verdicts?
Yes.
Jury number 635, were these your verdicts?
Yes.
Are they still your verdicts?
Yes.
Jury number 72, were these your verdicts?
Yes.
Are they still your verdicts?
Yes.
Jury number 534, were these your verdicts?
Yes.
Are they still your verdicts?
Yes.
Jury number 73, were these your verdicts?
Yes.
Are they still your verdicts?
Yes.
Jury number 201, were these your verdicts?
Yes.
Are they still your verdicts?
Yes.
Jury number 103, were these your verdicts?
Yes.
Are they still your verdicts?
Yes.
Jury number 520, were these your verdicts?
Yes.
Are they still your verdicts?
Yes.
Jury number 414, were these your verdicts?
Yes.
Are they still your verdicts?
Yes.
Jurors have been polled, Your Honor.
The verdict of the jury is unanimous. Any post-trial motions?
Your Honor,
So again, that was the jury being polled after they came back with the guilty verdict, a unanimous verdict, in a little more than an hour's time this afternoon. And you know, we've seen cases in the past. If the jury deliberates for a lengthy amount of time, ladies, usually there's someone on that jury that perhaps has some questions about the evidence, perhaps have some doubts about where they're going with the verdict. But in this case, a short amount of jury deliberation usually means one thing, and that is a guilty verdict. And that's exactly what happened today in the murder trial of Nathaniel Rowland. Again, as we came on the air here, Rowland's mother and his father, who recently suffered a stroke, left the building without talking to the news media. As soon as that life in prison sentence was imposed, they left the courtroom, they took the elevator down, and they are out of the building now, presumably headed back to Clarendon County. Andrea, Darcy.
All right, JR, thank you so much. Yeah, the judge not even hesitating, Darcy. He said this sentence is easy. Nothing else would be appropriate other than life in prison. And he actually made a point of explaining to Rowland that the last time he presided over a case that he said was stabbed multiple times and that the victim was tortured as Samantha was, that man got the death penalty.
One thing we did hear from Nathaniel Rowland when he was given the opportunity to speak, because if you will remember in this trial, the defense did not call any witnesses, but when Judge Newman gave Nathaniel Rowland the opportunity to speak, he said that he wishes that the prosecution had done more work to find who he says is guilty. So up into the sentencing, Nathaniel Rowland still saying that he was guilty. This was 7 days that we've been following this trial, and so as you can see, we've got team coverage out in the field. We're going to wrap up for now, and then we'll join you again today for Friends at 5.
We learned of what all the evidence was. We're quite comfortable with the verdict.
So Byron, we heard the judge say that in his last murder case where there was a stabbing involved in the kidnapping, it was a death penalty case. So why is this not a death penalty case, considering that there was an aggravator, or at least one? So why was this not a death penalty case?
We studied all of the facts in this case, and after we studied the facts, we looked at the evidence and made the decision that the proper course to be taken was to seek a life term of imprisonment, and we're satisfied that Mr. Rowland will spend the rest of his natural life in prison.
Was the family satisfied with that?
The family's satisfied with the verdict. Yes, they are.
And the sentence?
They are. Yes, they are. They're very satisfied with the fact that he will spend the rest of his life in prison.
Did you consult the family before?
We did. Yes.
What did they have to say to you after the verdict and the sentencing came out?
Some of that's private, but mostly they were obviously pleased with the outcome. Nothing that could happen in that courtroom would bring Samantha back. That's what we all want. That's what we all would have wanted. But that being said, they were aware of the evidence. They were aware of all of the evidence that we were putting in, and however graphic it was, they knew it was there. And they're glad that the truth is out there. And the truth is that Nathaniel Rowland kidnapped and murdered Samantha Josephson, and he possessed a weapon while doing it. They heard that. They knew that to be true. The jury heard that, and listened to all of the evidence, and obviously came back with a verdict that spoke the truth. And we're very pleased with that verdict, as I've said.
Throughout looking at all of the evidence, it didn't come up in court, but did Josephson and Rowland know each other at all? Had they ever met, or was this completely random?
To everything that we have been able to prove, they did not know one another, and it was absolutely a random act of violence.
You've been doing this for a long time. What's this case done to you and your team? How has it made you guys feel? Like, what's it been for like for you guys?
Well, what it's done is it's galvanized our office. I'll tell you now that every prosecutor that's standing with me right now, you have Deputy Solicitor Goldberg, who was the chief attorney in this case, Deputy Solicitor Sampson, who worked extremely hard on this case, Assistant Solicitor Amanda Gaston. It allowed us to work together, and each of us has different talents and different strengths. We put those together and worked as a team. So what it allowed us to do is to work together to get a hold of the investigators we have in our office, the victims advocates, the paralegals, everybody in the Fifth Circuit Solicitor's Office worked hard to bring this case together. Justin Martin, who you saw as a witness, reviewed probably 25 plus hours of video multiple times as we tried to just kind of put everything together that happened in this case. And so what it's done for our office is it's reminded us that everybody in this office is capable of trying, the most serious of cases. We take the safety of Richland County citizens is our #1 goal and priority. We take the safety of everybody in our circle, whether it's Richland or Kershaw County. We take that seriously, and we're going to fight. And when we get in that courtroom, we're going to fight. We're going to fight fairly. We're going to provide the evidence to the defense, and we're going to go in there and we're going to present our case. And for those who are out there doing these heinous types of things, when you get your day in court, we're going to fight, and we're going to do everything we can to within the rules, come back with the verdicts that we come back with, and we're looking for guilty verdicts when that happens. In this case, the right thing happened, and we are absolutely comfortable with what happened. But it could not have happened without the team that worked at the Fifth Circuit Solicitor's Office.
Was there ever a point where you thought that your case might be in jeopardy given what the defense was trying to do, where they were trying to disprove the DNA by saying that it's all circumstantial, that he's not there? Was there ever a point where you guys felt, given what you were able to say up there, that it was not going to go the way of a guilty verdict?
The honest answer is no. But as a lawyer, having done this for a while, and everybody who's up there will tell you, you never want to oversell your case. We understand that when you have a jury, you have 12 different opinions that are out there, 12 different people who may never have seen one another. They're from different walks of life, and they're the ones who have to listen to the evidence, and they're the ones who ultimately have to make the decisions. And so you don't quite know what that jury is going to do, so you want to make sure that you dot every I and cross every T. So what we saw very early on, we were very comfortable with the strategy that we were taking in the case, and we knew that as we could lay these things out kind of piece by piece, parcel by parcel, kind of brick by brick, we felt very comfortable that that we would put all of those things out there and that the jury would see it clearly, and thank God we were right about that.
And like you said, this has been one of the probably the most high-profile cases within the last few years here in Columbia, in the Midlands area. and of course very emotionally charged. We saw it from the family members who couldn't stay in the courtroom. We saw it from your lead prosecutor where he was slamming the table to emphasize his point. Talk about prosecuting a case like this. Is there anything that you have to consider as you're going through to make sure it's the case that you're wanting to present, or how do you do this case effectively and also respectfully for everyone involved?
Well, first of all, you got to tell the truth. And when you tell the truth, it gets a little bit easier to put those things together, but it was tough to look at all the evidence and to determine how best to present it. And that's one of the things that the Deputy Solicitor Goldberg did with an adept touch, is just looking at every piece of evidence and just parsing through everything bit by bit over the last 2 years or so, just going through everything. And we look at it, we talk about it, we determine kind of what we felt the best strategy was. We'd argue about it, we'd fuss about it, but ultimately we'd come to a decision about, all right, this is the best course of action, this is how we're going to do it. We were not able to have those conversations without the help of South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, the Columbia Police Department, Clarendon County Sheriff's Department, even the DNR, Department of Natural Resources. Those folks who all kind of were part of the investigation, we were able to look at the evidence that they put together and then start determining what else where we felt there may be a weakness here, there are areas that we needed to shore up, and we worked on those things to make sure that we did the best job we possibly could.
Mr. Sterling, Nathaniel Rowland has pleaded guilty. He's maintained his innocence, and evidence in this case is what gave him that guilty verdict. And we've heard him say that you guys should look for somebody else instead. But he's, saying I'm still innocent, and his family spoke on his behalf. But what is your take on that? That he's, holding on to the innocence based on the evidence that he presented throughout this entire trial.
Just with all due respect to Mr. Rowland, the jury has spoken. And the jury came back with a verdict that we know is correct based on the evidence. So how he feels about the evidence really isn't my concern. I'm more concerned with how the Josephsons feel and the fact that they're going to have closure to this aspect, to this chapter of their lives. He received a fair trial in every aspect, and because of that, I'll sleep well tonight knowing that we presented that case, this team presented that case, and we did everything that we could possibly do within the rules, and the jury came back, they heard what we had to say, and the verdict was guilty on all counts, which is what we believe it should have been the entire time.
Speaking of the jury, they seem to come back pretty quick with a verdict. Were you pleased with that, and what would you have to say to them? You have any message for them?
We just thank them for the fact that they listened. They were engaged in this process through the entire 8 days. They went through that long, day-long jury selection. And they had to be away from their families. They had to, a part of their lives they were not able to have, whole until now that this case is over. We believe it's the right verdict. There's no question in my mind, and we just thank them for listening and going through the evidence. And as they went through the evidence and and studied the evidence, they came back with that verdict. So how quickly they did, I think it speaks to how solid a case that Mr. Goldberg, Ms. Sampson, Ms. Gaston, put together. That's what it speaks to, and how solid the investigation was from all of the law enforcement agencies here. And so to that, without those things, I don't think the jury could have come back with a verdict as quickly as they did, but mostly we're pleased that it's the proper verdict. However quickly it is or however slow it is, it's the proper verdict, and that's what we're most pleased with.
Mr. Gibson, it's not clear to me, but what was the motive?
That's a good question. That's one of those questions that Mr. Rowland would have to answer at some point in time. Don't know what that motive was. We just know what the result of his activity was, and because of that, he's going to spend the rest of his life in jail.
Judge Newman talked about the ability indicated that he was very impressed by the ability of law enforcement, particularly SLED, to collect a large amount of information that made its way into trial. Do you echo that sentiment as well? Did you find the ability for SLED to produce evidence and collect evidence? Did you find that to be impressive as well?
Yeah, the way they collected evidence was absolutely impressive. They were boots on the ground very quickly. One thing that we haven't talked about is just how quickly Samantha's friends jumped into action. And some of their investigation was helped by the fact that after Samantha was abducted, they were able to track her because they tracked one another. So I think that's a lesson for anybody who's listening. Try to know where your friends are. If you're able to track and share your whereabouts, that's helpful because that's what actually got this investigation started more quickly. Just the fact that they were able to track one another. They knew where she should have been, and they knew what her normal activities were. So they were able to, law enforcement was able to jump in once those folks engaged and said, hey, Samantha's not here. She normally would be here. They were able to start tracking, and that assisted law enforcement. So yes, they did a spectacular job. But you know, there's some a tip of the hat that has to go to her friends for being able to track her and just knowing what her whereabouts would have been and knowing how what her normal activities were. And when she didn't, when she wasn't where she would normally be, they were able to have a quicker call to action, and that helped law enforcement because those minutes and those hours really mattered in this case.
What is the prosecution's theory about where the fight between Samantha and Rowland took place? Was he stabbing her while driving, using his right hand over in the back seat, or did he stop somewhere, get out, and open the back door and stab her there?
It's the thing we're absolutely clear about is it all took place in the car. There are different actions that would lead one to believe that when you're in some of those darker areas of the city, it could have happened there. His driving as he crossed over Rosewood and then turned on North Beltline with those quick U-turns and those different areas where he was kind of secreting himself in that community, it seems that that would have been the area because the phones tracked there and they were there for a longer period of time. That seems to be where it would have taken place. But we know it all happened in the car, and we know it all happened in Richland County. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Confirming that sentence without parole?
Absolutely, it's life. It's the rest of his natural life in jail, day for day.
You mentioned the evidence and the facts in the case that led you not to seek the death penalty. What were those facts in this case that made you decide that this was a better course of action? Do you think another death penalty case, if not this one, you know, what will it take for that to be a death penalty case?
To be honest with you, to start to kind of parse that particular part out, I think today it should be more about the fact that this jury came back and they found him guilty, as they should have, of murder, of kidnapping, of possession of a weapon during the commission of a violent crime, and that's what happened. That's where we are, and he will spend the rest of his natural life in jail. And so we'll celebrate those factors. And you know, if there's a debate or a thought about other, you know, potential things out there, we did our due diligence, and this is the course of action that I decided as a solicitor was the best course of action based on several factors, and I'm comfortable with that decision.
Mr. Gibson, did the medical examiner know that the multi-tool was the murder weapon, or did he figure that out on the stand? It seemed to have surprised the defense that he identified that as the murder weapon.
I think he answered that question, and in his mind, when he came to that decision, that's a question that Dr. Beaver would have to answer. But he looked at that as he studied it. He gave you his testimony, and we'll stand by the testimony that he gave. So I don't want to speak for exactly when he had that eureka moment. But the bottom line is based on his 29 years of experience as a pathologist, as a forensic pathologist, and the over 10,000 autopsies that he performed. He looked at the weapon, he looked at the parallel blading, and just some of the ligature that was left. He looked at the injury that was, center skull, and determined that that blade could have bent based on the fact that it went through hard bone. And he made those decisions seeing that weapon, and he made those decisions based on those facts.
I'm sorry, one more question.
Yes.
Mr. Gibson, does Nathaniel Rowland have any criminal history?
What we mentioned today, he has no convictions, and so based on the fact that he didn't have any convictions, it really wasn't something that we needed to parse into anymore. You know, he didn't have any convictions, and so that's where we stand on that. He didn't have any convictions.
Is there anything you'd say to Mr. Rowland's family? Because clearly they were very emotional. They were very upset for their own reasons, of course. But given that you're saying we're celebrating a guilty verdict for things, what do you say to his family, if anything?
You know, the truth of the matter is, our hearts go out. You know, two families have lost someone here, and, you know, over time, you know, maybe he'll tell them the truth. I don't know if that will ever happen. But we're comfortable with our verdict. You know, our prayers are that they'll come to some type of understanding of why this happened and what happened. But from all accounts, they are a wonderful family. And we're not commenting on the family, how he was raised. We're not commenting on that. We're commenting on the acts that took place on March 29, 2019, and what he did, what we know that he did, what we believe that he did, and what the jury has told you that he did. And so that's where we are, but our hearts and prayers go out to their family as well.
Do you think it brings closure to the community of Columbia as well?
It does bring closure to this act, but it should also be a reminder of, number one, we got to hug our loved ones because life is precious, and things can happen in a blink of an eye. So we need to remember that at all times. You know, we got to remember, I'm wearing this bracelet that came from the family. It says, what's my name, hashtag what's my name. And it's, as they talked about, as Mr. Josephson talked about, it's an opportunity to remind people to, when you're in a ride share or in a ride share situation, just check your rider, check who that is, make sure that you're riding with the correct person. That is hopefully a lesson here for all of us, for all young people who may be wherever they may be, whether they're Columbia, wherever they may be. Just check, make sure you're in the right vehicle. But just remember how precious life is, and let's make sure that we live every day to the fullest, because we never know when we'll get a second, if we'll ever have another opportunity.
Mr. Gibson,
Yes.
you had a lot of evidence in this case. So what would you say was the biggest challenge for you?
I think the biggest challenge was just trying to group it and put it together in a way that would make sense. And trying to, determine, just as you're seeing what makes sense, the next phase of it is to determine, how can you say it in a way that is not, especially when you talk about DNA, how can you talk about that in a manner that everybody can understand? Because it's complicated language. And so that was the biggest part, just trying to, make sure that we could show, all right, it's a lot of evidence. Nobody's trying to pin anything on anybody. Nobody's just rushing to judgment. We were very thorough with the investigation, well, law enforcement was thorough with the investigation. We were thorough in combing through everything that they produced so that we could make sure we got the right person. And we did get the right person.
Were you surprised that he didn't take the stand?
No, that kind of thing doesn't really surprise me anymore. We were ready if he did take the stand, quite frankly, and it would have been interesting to see what he would have said. But every person who's accused of a crime, as we all know, the Fifth Amendment says you have the right to remain silent, and he has the right not to take the stand. That's the decision that he made, and either way, we were going to be comfortable proceeding however we needed to proceed in order to gain the conviction that we rightfully gained today.
All the evidence was important, but what would you say was the most important grouping of evidence, type of evidence?
Most important grouping of evidence here, I don't know if I put one ahead of the other, but obviously the phones were important. Cell phone was important. DNA was important, but cell phone was important. Cameras were important. And witnesses who had seen him doing the things that he did. But the fact that he tried to sell her phone, the fact that he tried to use her or access her debit card, all of those things were important because you had video, and then you had the clothes, and he was wearing the clothing that he had in the car that all had Miss Josephson's blood on them. So all of those things were extremely important as well.
I don't know if it's too early to say, but do you know where he will be incarcerated at?
I do not. That's going to be a decision for the Department of Corrections to make. Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.